in its most recent scan. And it doesn't really appear to have done that. But again, I can tell you there, again, east of Highway D, north of Highway 32 is where I see the circulation with this particular thunderstorm. And this storm not only producing a possible tornado, but certainly has got the risk of very heavy rain, lightning, and hail. That hail core located here just north of Burns, south of Violet, west of Halfway. It has weakened some. Looks like we got maybe an update on that tornado warning itself. And in that update, looks like they've still got that circulation located near Bolivar, and that makes sense. I mean, what I can see is it looks like it's just northeast of Bolivar and tracking east at about 25 miles per hour. So we'll go back over to our velocity view.
And Jamie, that new warning includes golf ball sized hail.
Golf ball size. So they've brought down that hail size a little bit, and you could see, and we were showing images earlier when it was over Bolivar. I mean, at that point it looked like maybe $50 to golf ball size, and it looks like they've kind of reduced the potential size of that hail in the last warning.
And on another note, real fast, that storm down in northeast Oklahoma, they have extended that tornado warning into now parts of Benton, Arkansas. Benton County into Bentonville.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, we got a couple of different cells that we're watching, folks. So right now, the main is in northern Polk County. And that circulation, again, I've got different eyes on it, on a different radar source, and it looks like that circulation is located pretty close to South 150th Road and East 420th Road. So those are a couple of roads northeast of Bolivar, north of Highway 32, where that circulation is currently located, and I will point that out for you. That looks to be roughly about here. So again, I'm waiting for a new scan on radar, but you can see, I mean, you can see this hook. So there we go. Latest scan, you can see that hook and how it's kind of wrapped up a little bit. So this is the area of concern right here to the southwest of Violet. Looks like the circulation's tracking maybe a little bit north of east, staying north of Highway 32. So with that trajectory, I'll clear this out. We're going to track this again based on that. And again, if you live in and around Bolivar, it looks like the tornado threat is now to your east. But areas east of Bolivar, particularly north of Highway 32 up toward Violet, take precautions. Possible tornado moving through that area right now. And tracking this out, it looks like that circulation is going to be moving roughly along this corridor. I believe it's moving 25 miles per hour. And again, based on the current trajectory, you can see the ground that it's going to cover. So this is 10 minutes here. So it looks like that circulation is going to be passing awfully close, maybe just south of Violet in about 5 minutes. Should be passing north of Halfway in about 10 to 12 minutes. And then it will make its way across northeastern Polk County. If the circulation holds together, it would be making its way into northwestern Dallas County in roughly 25 minutes from now, northwest of Buffalo at that point.
Jamie,
so go ahead, Tom.
Real quick here, there's no updates coming from the service yet, but I will say that looking at the lightning count, that is significantly decreased from what it was earlier. So typically lightning is a good indication of which way a storm is going, strengthening or weakening, and the lightning has really dropped off from what it was.
And we saw that too with the hail core. The intensity of that hail core had decreased in the last couple of scans. So maybe a sign that the overall intensity of the storm is starting to wane a little bit, but we are still seeing a circulation that warrants the tornado warning. And you can see it pretty nicely there in this latest scan that I'm able to show you. It is located right there. That is what we're looking at. And I'll go ahead and kind of zoom in on that. That's northeast of Bolivar, north of Highway 32. You can see Highway D off to the west. Let's see if I can kind of get in a little bit closer, get some other roads to pop in there. We mentioned 420th Road, East 420th Road. South 150th Road. That circulation appears to be very close to that intersection. By this point, it's likely east of 150th Road. Again, when we're looking at these scans, it doesn't matter how fast that radar is going, you're always looking a little bit back in time. So I would guess that that circulation now is located a little bit east of South 150th Road. But again, the tornado threat has ended in the Bolivar area, but it does remain for areas particularly south of Violet. I would say that this area right in here, that's going to be the general area that this circulation is going to be tracking through. Near and to the south of Violet, should stay north of Highway 32, north of Burns, as it tracks a little bit north of east at about 25 miles per hour. But you can see we've still got a pretty good couplet right there. When we're talking about circulations, what we're looking for is we're looking for them to be tight, strong circulations. That's an indicator of tornado potential. And right now you can see we've got this portion. Those are outbound winds. These are inbound winds. That's where the circulation is located here to the southwest of Violet. And you can see how these pixels, the inbound and the outbound pixels, are right next to each other. So this is a tight circulation, and this is why we've got concern that we've got the possibility of a developing tornado with that thunderstorm just to the southwest of Violet. Clearing off that data, we'll go back to our radar view, see what we can get out of that. You can still see that hook there to the southwest of Violet. And notice areas to the north and east over toward Buffalo, Lewisburg, Urbana, Tunis, Windyville, all areas where we're getting some heavy rainfall, maybe not into the Windyville area just yet. Tom had mentioned earlier the lightning strikes. This is a 1 hour loop of lightning data, and you can see the general trend, lots of lightning and then maybe not so much. So we've seen that lightning count come down with this particular thunderstorm, but that circulation is still there. In fact, I'm looking at a new scan and still looking at a pretty tight circulation there. I'm going to go over to a different product on this other radar view that I've got. I just want to kind of take a peek.
Yeah, that hook is very well defined.
Very well defined. The circulation itself has tightened up, so I'm going to get off the lightning data. We'll go back over to velocity here. I wish I could show you what I can see here in-house, but I can't. I have to kind of wait for these scans to come in, and sometimes they're a little bit slow coming in. But what I'm seeing is roughly here. So here's South 150th Road, South 160th Road. That circulation is located right about in here in this last scan that I'm looking at. And you can see this couplet. These are strong inbound winds. These are strong outbound winds. That couplet, that gate-to-gate shear that we're looking for the possibility of a tornado has tightened up further, and it's located right here. And so it's tracking east-northeast. If you live in this area to the south and west of Violet, take precautions. Again, this is radar indicated at this time, but we have seen trends that indicate that this storm may be trying to produce at this moment. And we've not only seen that tightening on velocity, but you can see that hook right there. So, basically what you're looking at here is you've got your updraft. Your rotating updraft is located right here. And you're seeing rain and probably some hail wrapping around underneath that circulation of the rotating updraft. And then right in here is where we have that possibly developing tornado. Again, we've seen some indications that circulation, and we're looking at about 862 feet off the surface, so that's pretty close to the ground, indications that there is a circulation in that area trying to tighten up. Again, kind of broadening out that view, this is located between Bolivar and Violet. Kind of over open country, but I'm sure that there are some houses in that area. And again, I encourage folks in that area to please take precautions. Get into your tornado safe place, basement, storm shelter, lowest level of your home, just to kind of ride this thing out until this storm passes. Just got, it looks like maybe a new radar scan here on a different source. You can still see that couplet right here. Looking at a different source, it looks like that circulation has once again weakened a bit, and hopefully that trend does continue, but I can still see it there. And it looks like at this point that circulation is kind of focused right on top of East 415th Road. So I'm going to see if we can kind of get down in there. East 415th, looking for it here on this one radar view. And that should be right here. Looks like that circulation currently is located right about in here. So here's East 420th, East 415th right here, and that circulation located right about there. Looks like we did just get a new scan in, and you can see that not overly impressive, but we've still got gate-to-gate shear. We've still got that inbound component and that outbound component that indicates we've got at least a weak circulation here to the south of Violet. And the tornado warning does remain in effect for northeastern Polk County. Now, the warning back toward Bolivar, technically, while it is still in effect, we can tell you the tornado risk is over with in the Bolivar area. It's over with along Highway 83. It's over with along Highway 13, but it does continue there to the north of Highway 32, just south of Violet here in these last few scans that we're looking at. I've been looking at another product that can sometimes give us an indication that you've got a tornado, looking for a debris signature, and I'm not seeing that. So at this stage of the game, we can see a circulation on radar, but we're not seeing indications that there is a tornado on the ground beyond that, just seeing a circulation on radar.
Jamie, I'm getting word
ahead,
from the
Matt.
National Weather Service that they are planning to extend this tornado warning just across the county line. Hasn't been out yet, but that's something that is going to be coming out in the next couple minutes. A lot of people, that's very quickly going to be approaching Buffalo next. Can we get a plot out and try to estimate the exact time that it's going to start to hit over in Buffalo if it continues to move in this direction?
So I've got one here on Max 2. Buffalo looks like 119 is when it's going to come through. It looks like it's going to stay mostly straight east is where it's moving, very easterly direction. Maybe just hugging that Highway 32 corridor between Buffalo and over to Bolivar. But yeah, about 119 or so. They have noted in their last note, the Weather Service said the storm maybe has slowed down a little bit from what it was earlier. And it wasn't moving that fast anyway, 25 miles an hour. They're hinting that maybe it's slowed down some. But yeah, about 119, 120, give or take a few minutes. Looks like the folks in Buffalo, if it's coming your direction, it could be maybe just to the north of town, but it'd be close. That hook is what we're paying attention to.
Yeah, and you can see in this latest plot on radar, that's the new warning that Matt and Tom are talking about for areas north of halfway, running east into northwestern Dallas County. This does now include areas along Highway 65, Buffalo north to Lewisburg, under a tornado warning. The storm's still centered back in northeastern Polk County, but it's heading in that direction. And as I've said, we're still seeing the circulation. It is not as apparent as it was in the last few scans, but you can still see as we kind of zoom in a little bit. And just got a new scan over here that I'm looking at, but you could see still at this point, and I'll point it out because it's a little bit harder to see. This is what we're tracking right in here. That guy right there, that little circulation south of Violet, that's tracking a little north of east. And again, we just got a new scan in on this separate radar source, and I can still see hints of a circulation. Again, not overly strong, but it's still there. And again, while we wait for a new scan for our on-air product that we can show you, I'll go ahead and show you what I'm seeing on a separate source here. And it looks to be, it gets a little bit hard to see, but it looks like that circulation is now located roughly about in there. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom in, see if I can kind of point out some different roads in that area of where it looks like that circulation is. And there we go. This is the area that I'm concerned about. Right about South 182nd Road, East 400th Road. Those are a couple of roads in the area. I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and circle the area of greatest concern, and that appears to be right about in this area. This is roughly where, in this latest scan that I've got, this is roughly where I'm seeing that circulation. So if you live, especially in this vicinity, that is where we're still seeing a circulation with this storm. and it's tracking a little north of east. So it looks like it's probably going to stay pretty close, but maybe on the north side of East 400th Road, kind of heading up toward East 390th Road. So again, these are farm roads, northeastern Polk County. Still watching a circulation there. It looks like it is now passing to the southeast of Violet, and it's going to make its way, looks like here shortly, into areas a little further northeast into Dallas County. So again, that circulation now located east-southeast of Violet to the southwest of Goodson, and it will make its way across the remainder of northern Polk County, northeastern Polk County, toward northwestern Dallas County. Tom, any updates from your perspective?
Not yet. I do want to point out, though, that storm down in eastern Oklahoma, it is just now starting to cross that state line into northwestern Arkansas as it gets into Benton County. Otherwise, elsewhere, got some rain showers going up near Joplin, a little thunderstorm there. Non-severe with that activity there coming out of northeast Oklahoma into the Joplin area. So, folks in Joplin, we're streaming now, so if you're joining us over there, then, thunder and lightning, yeah, but it's not severe, nothing too concerning there. Farther north, Lake Ozark, maybe some rain. Eldon, Versailles, northeast of there, not too concerning. That's kind of falling apart. We're looking at kind of the southern side of this one cell here on the very end. North of halfway, there's your hook, as Jamie was talking about. Very defined. You can really make it out there. Rotation, it kind of comes and goes, but it's still there with that hook. The radar signature certainly shows that. Otherwise, latest warning comes out for golf ball-sized hail with the thunderstorm part of this, although we've seen those hail sizes come and go as well, and also the lightning has also come down with this a bit more. So if you're trying to look outside, find the tornado, at night times you can sometimes hope to see like a flash of lightning. Well, there's not going to be a whole lot of that with this storm, and of course it's never good to be out and about when you have a tornado warning coming through. Right now it's north of Highway 32, moving basically due east.
Yeah.
They should bring it right into Buffalo.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I mean, the reflectivity signature is a lot more impressive than the velocity signature. So what we mean by that, this is the reflectivity signature. I mean, you look at that, you can see the hook. So, I mean, clearly we have a supercell thunderstorm here. We have, a rotating updraft right there, but the low-level circulation, which is located right about in there to the southeast of Violet, to the west of, let's see if we can get that road to come in. Let's see, Highway P, that would be to the west of Highway P, north of Highway 32. Just got a new scan in there just to so that you can see how the storm has moved off to the east-northeast a bit in this latest scan, located south of Goodson. Looks like that circulation would be very close to Highway P, south of Highway C. And when I swap this back over to our velocity data, you can see the hook. And then when you look at the velocity data, not very impressive. Not very impressive. Looks like we've got, these are some winds moving away, so it looks like we've got, basically you got the rotation around the updraft, you've got the winds kind of coming in around like that, and these may be, inflow winds coming into that notch on the thunderstorm, but not seeing a real strong circulation. It looks like that is where it's located, east of Highway P, right about in there to the south of Highway C, southeast of Goodson. That's the circulation. That circulation is going to continue to track. Tom, what was the speed on the latest warning?
I'm going to check on that.
Or Matt?
It is moving east at 20. Pretty slow mover.
Yeah,
East
slow
at 20.
mover. We'll go back over to this view because it's a little bit easier just to see it this way. So with that, it looks like, again, this storm is tracking a little north of east. You said 20?
At 20.
Okay, so that should bring it across the county line into Dallas County a little over 10 minutes from now. So again, tornado risk southeast of Goodson, tracking a little north of east at 20 miles per hour. That's going to take it across the county line out of northeastern Polk County and into northwestern Dallas County in about 10 to 12 minutes. And then from there, looks like it would make its way toward Highway 65 in about 20 to 23 minutes or so, based on its current speed. It does look like that storm and the tornado risk with that storm is going to stay to the north of Buffalo. So if you're watching from Buffalo, I think that the tornado risk will stay to your north. Looks like the tornado risk is going to stay to the south of Lewisburg, but areas in between, this is really kind of the danger zone right in here. This is going to be where that circulation is going to be tracking over the next 30 minutes as it tracks east at about 20 miles per hour. As far as any updates on that circulation, I'm still seeing a signature for circulation. Very small. Looks like it's kind of located here in northeastern Polk County, very rural part of northeastern Polk County, north of halfway. And it looks like it's located, east 390th Road, south 200th Road, in the vicinity of those two roads. So if you live in that area, that's roughly where the circulation is currently located. As far as the hail potential, we've really, in general, we've seen this storm weaken. We've still got a bit of a hail core there to the southeast of Goodson, maybe up to dime size, I would say. I wouldn't put it too much larger than dime based on what we're getting right there. As far as the lightning, we've still got some lightning strikes with it. As Tom was hitting on earlier, what you look for sometimes with these storms is lightning trends. If the lightning intensity and frequency is decreasing, it may be a sign that the storm itself is weakening. Here in the last, I would say 5 minutes or so, we have seen a concentration and an uptick in lightning data there between Halfway and Lewisburg. So that's an indicator that that this storm's not done, and the risk with this storm does continue. You can see again those lightning strikes kind of popping in there here over the last. That's an hour-long radar loop or hour-long loop of lightning data, but you can see, especially in the last, I would say, 10 minutes or so, how there's been an intensity, a concentration of that lightning right there north of Halfway. And when we go back to our radar view, that's right on top of where that updraft is located. So maybe a sign that the updraft is trying to perk back up in intensity with that particular storm. Certainly on radar, hook is still there. You can see, so this is our hook. This is our rear flank downdraft right there that kind of extends off to the south. So winds are kind of wrapping around the underside of that circulation in the updraft, and it's generating this little boundary right there. Probably getting some gusty winds with that. This is the inflow into the storm itself, and it's right about in there at the tip of that hook where the possible tornado would be located. Again, going back to a separate radar source that I have, I'm not seeing anything overly impressive in terms of velocity data. I'm not seeing signs that the circulation and radar is able to hit this thing at about probably about 900 to 1,000 feet. It's not too far off the surface. I'm not seeing signs that the low-level circulation is intensifying, but certainly the circulation higher up in the storm is still relatively well developed, and that tornado risk so far remains with this thunderstorm. So if you live from northeastern Polk into western areas of Dallas County, all the way east to Highway 65, particularly between Lewisburg and Buffalo. Again, the tornado risk kind of focused in that area as the storm tracks through that area over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And I would encourage you to take precautions for the possibility of a tornado moving through your area. This is one of those situations where if you've got a storm shelter, go ahead and get in your storm shelter. If you've got a basement's a good option. If you don't have either of those, lowest level of your home, also a good option as long as you're away from windows. Preferably getting into a interior room like a bathroom is always a better bet when you've got the risk of a tornado moving through. Again, not seeing anything that says that this is getting stronger, kind of maintaining itself as it tracks across open country there in northeastern Polk County. Outside of that particular thunderstorm, we've got a strong thunderstorm moving into Joplin. We've got a tornado warned storm moving into Benton County. That one looks to be making its way toward the Bentonville area. We've still got a tornado warned storm southwest of Independence. That one's probably going to ride right along the state line there between Kansas and Oklahoma, maybe toward the Joplin area. And then further north, we've got developing thunderstorms along I-70. And that may be the next chapter of this severe weather event later tonight. Looks like we may see more of a line of thunderstorms develop there closer to I-70 that eventually tries to drop east-southeast across at least central Missouri later tonight as we're approaching sunrise. Looks like we now have a confirmed tornado with this particular storm here coming out of Oklahoma into Benton County there. So tornado warning now confirmed for that storm approaching the Bentonville area. That, again, just southwest of our area. We'll watch that one closely because that one's going to be based on its current trajectory, and it's maintained itself. Looks like that's going to track through Benton County and then eventually into northern Carroll County. So that could be a concern for areas, say, from Eureka Springs, Beaver, Berryville, places like that in the next hour and a half as that storm tracks in that direction. And that one in particular right there in moving into Benton County, that one has had a history of producing tornadoes for, gosh, a few hours now, right?
Long time, as far as I know. I think it started maybe an hour west of Tulsa, and then it moved all the way across the city, and then now it's getting into northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, that's one of those, we had this a few weeks ago on that Wednesday when we had so much hail in the area. We had that one supercell thunderstorm that produced a tornado from Monette to Aurora. And that storm, supercell, it maintained itself all the way from Miami, Oklahoma, all the way into Shannon County. That's one of the hallmarks of a supercell thunderstorm. They don't just go up and down real quick. They can maintain themselves for hours, producing severe weather for hours on end. And so, again, with that, and that being a supercell going into Benton County in Arkansas, I'm concerned that it could be a dangerous storm for areas further east toward Carroll County and eventually into Boone if it does indeed hold together. This storm coming out of northeastern Polk County into western Dallas County, you can see it's looking kind of strung out. Certainly doesn't look overly impressive on radar. It looks a little strung out. You can see how it's kind of more of a linear shape off to the east. We've lost a little bit. We've lost that what was in the last scan a very apparent hook with this thunderstorm. And when I'm looking at the wind fields within where that circulation should be, I'm not seeing anything just jumping out at me. I'm not seeing a strong circulation. I can tell you, looks like based on radar, circulation should be located roughly in this area, right there. But again, when I look at the wind fields, I'm not seeing a strong circulation at that spot. But that's where it should be if there's something to be concerned about with that particular thunderstorm. Guys, any update on that storm?
Yeah, the Weather Service saying, I mean, if you do a loop on this thing, you'll see that they mentioned a storm split. And you can kind of make it out from what it was earlier. I'll go ahead and loop the radar so folks can kind of see what we're talking about. If you pay attention to it, you'll see that kind of storm cluster to the north of that initial storm kind of splits away. All right, and that can sometimes kind of weaken a storm, maybe at times, or it could sometimes even strengthen it. But this time weakened it, and they're kind of questioning because of that. The strength has come down of the storm. The split, by the way, would have been right here. That's what I'm looking at. They're talking about it. They may extend the warning, but they may not farther eastward, but right now they're going to hang on to the warning they currently have.
Yeah, and you were mentioning that split. Oftentimes when you do get a split on a supercell, you'll have one portion that'll split off to the left, you'll have another portion that'll split off to the right. Usually the one that splits off to the right is the storm that will maintain itself. Usually the northern split, and you can see it right there, that northern split, that portion of the storm tends to weaken. And it looks like that's happening. I mean, that portion of the storm heading toward Camdenton. But the southern portion right here hasn't really shown signs of getting any stronger. In fact, it looks like it is a bit weaker here in the last few scans.
They did just cancel tornado warning for Dallas and Polk counties.
All right, well, that's certainly good news, and that makes a whole lot of sense based on, again, what we can see. I will say this, though. I am concerned. Again, we've got a strong thunderstorm coming into the Joplin area. That one bears watching. And we've got this cell currently moving toward the Bentonville area. And, before I let you go, I want to go ahead and track that out because, I am concerned for areas further east. That one is moving east at 35. So with that, and I'll stop this, with that, that is going to, and the circulation itself looks to be focused west of Decatur. West,
it's almost like there's two circulations trying to pop out.
Yeah, so the circulation that I can see is located right about there. And that's west of Bentonville. And that is tracking east. I think we had it at 35. That would bring it into the Bentonville area about a little after 1:30. And this is a 30-minute time step right there. So let's just kind of extrapolate from there. So that's 30 minutes. That's another 30 minutes. I would say in about an hour, this storm could pose a threat to western Carroll County. It could pose a threat to western Carroll County or northern Madison County. So if you're watching from western Carroll County, Eureka Springs, Berryville, we're going to be watching this storm that's moving into the Bentonville area right now. Tornado warned, confirmed tornado. Very likely that this storm maintains itself as it heads east, and I think that maybe around 2 a.m., shortly after 2 a.m., we could be looking at a severe storm moving into western Carroll County, possibly with a tornado threat. So that's what we're watching here. Outside of that, again, the tornado warned storm that's moving into Dallas County, no longer tornado warned. Still looking at some strong thunderstorm activity, though, up toward Lake of the Ozarks. Strong thunderstorm in Joplin, and a severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning north of Tulsa there on the state line southeast of Wichita. So still things to watch. I think this is going to be a long night with different waves of severe weather. This is just the first chapter, and there could be a second chapter closer to sunrise with storms which are currently located up near I-70. Those may make a run. Looks like those may make a run down I-70 in this general fashion. May clip our northern counties, may clip areas closer to central Missouri with the risk of severe weather. So we've got plenty to watch here. We'll do that. We're going to pass along those warnings as they come in to the weather office. For now, though, we're going to get back to regular programming for the next 20 to 25 minutes. So you've got some time, but take precautions. You want to either get into the lowest level of your home, interior room like a bathroom, closet. If you've got a storm shelter, that would be even better. Basement, always a good option. As this is going to be a dangerous storm, and it looks very likely that it's not going to be weakening very much, if at all, as it makes its way east out of eastern Benton County and into western Carroll County. As far as where the circulation is currently centered, it looks like it's centered a little west of War Eagle or to the southeast of Prairie. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of zoom in there, show you what I see, and again, that circulation appears to be located roughly about in this area right here. So just to the northwest of War Eagle, pretty close to Highway 12 in eastern Benton County. And that circulation tracking east. At times the tornadoes appear to have been moving maybe more in a northeasterly direction, but this circulation appears to be moving more east. And that's what we've got in the warning, east at 25 miles per hour. In addition to a possible tornado, large hail. Looks like maybe up to at least golf ball size, if not a bit larger. At one point, it looked like maybe it had tennis ball size over the Rogers area. So again, a dangerous thunderstorm that potentially is producing a tornado at this time over southeastern Benton County. And that's what's tracking toward southwestern Carroll County. It looks like the circulation may also clip the northern tip of Madison County. So based on what I can see here, it looks like that circulation is going to be tracking. It looks like it's moving over Beaver Lake right now and should be heading into western Carroll County over the next 15 minutes. Just got a new scan in. I'm going to clear this out. That new scan would suggest that the circulation is located. We'll kind of point it out for you. And again, what I can show you on air sometimes is a little bit slower than what I've got in an off-air radar source. But right now, it looks like that circulation is located pretty close to LaRue, northeast of War Eagle, located right about there where I'm putting my pointer. And that is what's going to be tracking east into southwestern Carroll County. It looks like on that trajectory, it's going to get close to Eureka Springs, but it may stay just south of the Eureka Springs area. But if you live on 23, especially from Eureka Springs south down 23 down toward Madison County, take shelter. Again, a potential tornado with this storm. This storm has had a history of producing potentially large and destructive tornadoes. This has been a long-lived storm. I mean, we've been tracking this since it was back near the Tulsa area. And now it's making its way across northwest Arkansas. And there's really nothing that we can see at this time. There's really nothing that's going to take away from this storm maintaining itself. So every expectation is that this storm is going to be moving east into Carroll County. I think we're going to go over to Tom right now. I think he's going to go over some safety rules for folks that, again, are in the path of this tornado in western Carroll County. Tom, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Jamie, tornado safety, I'm going to talk about that real quick because it's Beaver Lake, it's Eureka Springs, very much so hot spots for vacationers out there. And, of course, it's Memorial Day weekend. A lot of folks out and about. And as the storm tracks eastward, we'll continue to see the storm track across the northern parts of Arkansas, maybe far southern Missouri, right along that state line. And a lot of folks down there that maybe aren't too familiar with this type of weather. So where do you want to go? If you can, if you're in a house, go to the hall, the bathroom, closet, under a stairwell. Of course, a basement is best. Your best shot is to avoid windows. You want to avoid windows at all costs. Get to an interior room. You don't want to have that, okay? And when you do find a spot, maybe cover yourself with something. Closed-toed shoes, blankets or mattresses for protection, a bicycle helmet if you can. The other thing is, as this thing crashes on by, if you're in like a tent camping, or we've got the live stream going now, so if you're watching us there, if you're in a tent outside, you've got to seek shelter somewhere else. If you're in a mobile home, a trailer house, also not a good place to ride out a storm in like this. So if you can, get out. If you can't, though, just do your best where you are. Here are your spots to go. Jamie, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and going back to great tips right there. And really, folks, take this storm seriously. This is a dangerous thunderstorm. It's producing large hail, heavy rain, possible tornadoes. It has had a history of producing what will likely be confirmed tornadoes. The last one that we know of was in the Rogers area, but looks like there was a tornado in the Decatur area, and it looked like there were tornadoes also with the storm back when it was in Oklahoma. You can see in our latest velocity scan, it appears that that circulation is located very close to LaRue, to the southeast of LaRue, and this is generally tracking east, roughly in this fashion. So again, that's why I think if you live, particularly say Eureka Springs and south, down 23, this is the area that I'm most concerned about for this potential tornado. But you know what? I don't want to just focus in on that area because this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes that it's kind of cycling. So what happens is you'll get a tornado, it develops, it touches down, it maybe lifts off to the northeast, weakens, and then a new circulation takes over. So we've got a pretty broad tornado warning, which captures much of western Carroll into northern Madison County. So this whole area needs to take this storm seriously. Because while the tornado threat right now is focused in this area, there's nothing that would prevent it from maybe causing a tornado to develop closer to the Eureka Springs area. Also, large hail, damaging hail with this storm. Right now, we are looking at a very large hail core to the west of Eureka Springs. This absolutely will move through the Eureka Springs area. Looks like at least golf ball size hail with that. I'm going to take this down so we can kind of loop this. And you can see, again, you know, your eyes tell the story, right? I mean, you could see that hail core is tracking right across Benton County, right into western Carroll County. So if you live in and around Eureka Springs, I mean, you're not only going to get heavy rain, there's the tornado potential. You're very likely going to be getting some destructive hail too. Maybe up to a golf ball, possibly $half size hail. And again, that hail core looks to be making a beeline right for the Eureka Springs area. So we could be looking at some hail damage also here in and around Eureka Springs. As far as the tornado potential, that tornado potential again is still kind of focused back toward areas a little further south. I'll go in, we'll kind of get a really tight view of this. Hopefully we can get some streets to pop in. You can see, looks like that circulation located between LaRue and Pine Top. So here's LaRue, Pine Top. This is the couplet that we're watching on radar right now. And, at times, again, we've seen what's called a debris signature. We've seen that CC drop with these circulations. That's telling us that we likely had tornado touchdowns. We've also gotten some reports from the Rogers area of possible tornado damage. There was a spotter report of a tornado on the ground on, I believe, the north side of Rogers. Also got reports of a tornado on the ground when it was back near Decatur. So this is a very serious storm. Potentially, let's see, we'll put our radar up there because I want to kind of correspond everything. You can see our little notch right there. This is the inflow notch. This is the warm, moist air flowing into the updraft, which is located right here. And then our circulation is located right there. That's where that possible tornado is, just to the north of War Eagle. So as we go back to our velocity view, you can see that pretty nicely as that comes in. This is the area that we're really concerned about, right in there. That moving across Beaver Lake right now, and that's going to be moving into western Carroll County. And what a dangerous night this is, being Memorial Day weekend. A lot of folks are camping, whether they be in tents or RVs, it doesn't matter. It's very dangerous to be camping under these kinds of conditions. Even if it was just a thunderstorm, that would be dangerous. But we have this tornado risk, real tornado risk, and also large hail with this storm. And all of this is impacting areas around Beaver Lake and will be moving into western Carroll County. Again, the tornado still appears to be west of the county line, but should be moving into Carroll County here shortly. Looking at a different radar view, still looking at a very strong circulation located just to the northeast of War Eagle. Again, what I'm showing you on air is matching up very nicely with what I can see off air. So we've got, again, that tornado risk kind of magnified roughly in this area, right about in there, to the southeast of LaRue. This is where, I'm going to move that circle, this is where that potential tornado is located. And that's tracking east, will be making its way into southwestern Carroll County over the next few minutes. And then from there, it looks like it will be making a run at Highway 23. It's moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So with that, I'll go ahead and we'll track this out one more time. We're going to broaden out this view just so that I can kind of move things over a little bit. You can see northern Madison County, western Carroll County, and it looks like, again, that circulation located right about in there, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So this is roughly the corridor that this possible tornado will take. So circulation located here. Over the next 10 minutes, it will make its way into maybe southwesternmost Carroll County. And then it looks like it may stay just north of the Madison-Carroll County line. Tracking, at this stage, it looks like it would track to the south of Eureka Springs, possibly crossing Highway 23, if it holds together. Looks like that would happen in about, say, 12 to 14 minutes or so from now. So, residents in western Carroll County, take precautions right now. Potential tornado moving into western Carroll County. Looks like currently that possible tornado is still on the other side of the county line, but should be moving into southwestern Carroll County over the next 5 minutes. And then from there, it looks like it'll make a run at Highway 23 over the next 12 to 14 minutes. I mean, looking at what I can see off camera here, I mean, radar is telling us that this is a very real tornado threat. We just got a new scan there. I'm going to take this off. Just got a new scan in, and you can see right here this very strong couplet. This is gate-to-gate shear. This is, what I'll do is I'll draw this out. We'll clear that. These are strong outbound winds, strong inbound winds, and right there where these pixels meet, that is where the tornado is located. That is what's crossing, again, out of Benton County and making its way into southwestern Carroll County and northern sections of Madison County. Outside of that, if you're watching from elsewhere, this is the main storm. But it's not the only storm that we're watching. We've got other storms on the map that we're concerned about, one in northeast Oklahoma. That one has been warned for a tornado at times, currently severe warned, and that storm also maintaining itself. It's a little weaker than it was, but maintaining itself and tracking east, and that's going to put it into areas like maybe Jasper County, Newton County, over the next probably half hour to 45 minutes. So that's another storm to watch. Elsewhere, nothing severe, just rain, some pockets of lightning in the Springfield area, areas to the north up towards Stockton, Pomme de Terre, Truman, Lake of the Ozarks, all areas finding showers and thunderstorms, but nothing severe at this time. Again, the most concerning area are these two supercells, one tracking across northwest Arkansas, another one tracking across northeast Oklahoma. This one in northwest Arkansas, that's a monster. That thing, very impressive look on radar. You can see the hail core right here. You can see the hook. You can see how the rotation of the updraft is kind of wrapping around in this fashion. This is the inflow into the storm. And right here, that is where possible tornado is occurring. And that is making its way now into southwestern Carroll County.
Jamie,
go ahead, Tom.
Real quick, I just want to point out here on Max 2, we got the tornado warning is really thick and heavy there. There was a storm warning, though, across southern Berry County. That has now since been expired. I want to jump up to, are we able to show any of the RDOT cameras, folks upstairs? Is that something we can throw on air just quite yet or not quite yet?
Looks like, yeah, it looks like we've got one up right now.
All right, so this would be looking at, this is this is east of Bentonville on one of the RDOT cameras. This would be looking north, so we can't really tell much of this. There's some lightning, some heavy rain. This would now be behind the storm, I guess. But the storm came through real heavy. That's the other thing with this. It's probably a flooding rainfall in some areas, big hail, like Jamie was talking about, and then also, of course, that significant tornado risk that's been going on for a long time now, getting near Clifty. Okay, and they just issued, I think, is that a flood warning?
Flash flood warning.
Flash flood warning. Okay, so a lot of heavy rain across northwestern Arkansas. So there's a lot of threats coming with this storm. It's not just the big tornado, although that is serious. We're also looking at, again, the big hail and the heavy rainfall there, too.
Yeah, and looking at radar, it looks like we've got a couple of different circulations. One is located right about here on radar. It's located right about here. I'm looking again at a different radar source off camera. It looks like we've got a circulation located right about on top of Highway 23. But it also looks like we may have a circulation a little further southwest in northwestern Madison County. And, sometimes this happens. You get these tornado families, and, one tornado develops, it matures, it then kind of, that whole circulation kind of wraps back in to the inside of the thunderstorm, and a new circulation develops further south and west, follows the same process, kind of matures and then wraps into the parent circulation of the thunderstorm. And that may be happening here because, again, it looks like we've got two different circulations. One is maybe just east of 23. Looks like the main circulation, I think the most concerning one, is pretty close to Clifty. Looks like it is located right about in here where my pointer is. So that would be in northernmost Madison County to the south of Carroll County. Appears that is probably our primary area of concern for a possible tornado at this time. And I'll switch this over, see if we've gotten an updated view of what's going on with the wind field. And it looks like at this time, no, but this is the area that we were watching right here, and it looks like that is located now about right here to the northwest of Clifty, right on top of Highway 127. That circulation continues to track east. Looks like that circulation would stay across northern Madison County. So it looks like it would stay maybe just south of that county line across northern Madison County. And that circulation is still very, very strong. Kind of zooming in, let's see if we can kind of get a better feel for some of the roads in that area. Let's see if something will pop up for me. It does appear that I'm not getting any of those local streets, but it does look like that circulation is currently centered right on top of State Highway 127. Let's see if I can get something else to come in. State Highway 127 and County Road 8,315. These are a couple of roads just to the northwest of Clifty. So again, this appears to be where our tornado is located right now, just to the northwest of Clifty. We've seen that circulation intensify some here in the last scan. Again, and I want to stress, this is a dangerous storm. That's the tornado threat. We've also got the hail component of this thing, and you can see this shows you this hail core. Look how large this is. This is a big supercell thunderstorm. And it looks like we've got probably hail up to at least golf ball size falling over Beaver Lake. And we may have hail up to at least quarter size falling over a pretty good chunk of southwestern Carroll County. We probably are starting to get some hail, at least small hail in the Eureka Springs area. It looks like those hail sizes will probably come up some, maybe up to at least quarter size as the storm itself continues to track off to the east. And it's moving east at about 25 miles per hour, so not very fast. Going back to our radar view, again, just kind of going over how impressive looking this thunderstorm is. And you can see the hail core right here. That's where you've got all these purples. This is the updraft right here. This is the hook that we look for. This is the inflow notch into the storm. And again, right about in there is where we've got concerns for a tornado. While I've been talking, have there been any reports coming in from any spotters in that area? Nothing?
No, haven't seen much. I do want to point out, though, while that big storm is down across northern Arkansas, like you're talking about Eureka Springs, line of fire for some hail, and on there from Berryville, the tornado risk itself might be a little farther south, Clifty to War Eagle. I do want to point out, though, we do have some storms going up across South Springfield, so Nixa and Ozark, down towards maybe near Clever, in Crane area, Highlandville. Those are not severe, but there is some thunder and lightning going on there. And then also there's a whole lot of lightning and thunder going on just to the west of Branson. All right, so Kimberling City, Silver Dollar City, Branson West, Reed Spring, a lot of vacationers down here. They may be rudely awakened by a whole lot of lightning coming in there. But that activity there in southern Missouri is not severe either. So the one storm we're focusing on is across northern Arkansas.
Yeah, and that storm, it looks like it's a little bit of a right mover. This is an hour-long radar loop, and it was tracking east, but it looks like it's taken a little bit more of a jog off toward the southeast, and I think that's part of why we've seen that risk for a tornado kind of shift into northern Madison County as opposed to moving into western Carroll County. The circulation, though, pretty close to the county line. It looks like it's located just north of Clifty to the west of Highway 23. Just north of Clifty, west of Highway 23, south of the county line in northern Madison County. So the risk for a tornado continues in the tornado warning, especially over northern Madison County. That looks to be where the risk is highest. Please continue to remain in your shelter, in your tornado safe space, as this very dangerous thunderstorm moves across northwest Arkansas, now getting into northern Madison and western Carroll County. Further east over toward the Berryville area, not under a warning, but I think at the very least you're going to get some hail out of this storm as it tracks east. You probably have some time right now, if your car maybe is sitting out in the driveway, to run out and get that car in the garage if you got one, just to kind of get it protected, because it looks like we are going to find some large hail moving into the Berryville area as this storm continues to track maybe a little south of due east. So that hail core that you see right there, you see that bullseye of hail up to at least quarter size. That's positioned here south of Eureka Springs, and that hail core is going to continue to track roughly in that fashion.
And Jamie, EM in Carroll County near Eureka Springs is reporting marble-sized hail. But again, the main hail core is south of there.
And that matches up pretty well with what we see right here. You can see here on our legend, dime is green, and then as you get into yellow, that's quarter size. So marble is roughly dime size. So that's what we've got in Eureka Springs right now. So a little further south down 23, approaching Clifty, this is where we've got quarter size hail, maybe a little bit larger, and this hail core is tracking roughly in this direction. And I think maybe the northern end of this quarter size hail is going to get into the Berryville area. So again, just a heads up, if you've got an opportunity, maybe get your car, your truck into the garage. Looks like some hail is going to be moving into the Berryville area. Still looking at tornado threat across mainly northern Madison County. It appears to be where that possible tornado is located. The circulation still very apparent on radar, and that is located just to the north of Clifty, between Clifty and the county line. So I'm going to switch back over to our velocity data, and we'll kind of zoom on in so we can kind of talk about what's going on here. And this is a little bit messy, but again, right about in here is where that possible tornado is located, right about there, right on top of Highway 23, and that's moving east at roughly 25 miles per hour. We'll put the radar view back on because it's a little less messy when we show that. You can clearly see what's going on. Again, hail core here. Here's our hook, and this is where that possible tornado is located, right there on 23 north of Clifty, tracking east across northernmost Madison County. So with that trajectory, looks like it is going to be getting into Carroll County, and we may see a tornado warning issued for areas near Berryville and south down 21. So just a heads up for areas further east in Carroll County, Berryville south down 21, we could see a tornado warning issued because it looks like that is going to be the general area that this circulation is going to be tracking into over the next half hour or so as it moves off to the east at 25 miles per hour. Still lots of lightning too with this particular thunderstorm. I mean, look at that. Just, I mean, here in this view, you can see, and this is 532 strikes in the last 10 minutes. Most of that is occurring over western Carroll County and eastern Benton County. Tremendous amount of lightning. I mean, this is likely non-stop flashes of lightning within that thunderstorm. I mean, what a light show folks are getting in the Eureka Springs area, east over toward Berryville, down toward Clifty. And with that, also heavy rain, hail, and again, a possible tornado in northern Madison County. Looks like that, again, that circulation located pretty close to just east of 23, northeast of Clifty in northern Madison County. Outside of that, too, we've had, you can see off to the west, that area shaded in green, that's a flash flood warning. There's been a tremendous amount of rainfall also with that particular thunderstorm. And here's a look at some of the rainfall totals that have been estimated. And you can see here across northern Benton County, I mean, these are probably 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals. And that's why that flash flood warning was issued. That's from that one thunderstorm, 2 to 4 inches of rain. As being some of that may be hail contamination, probably is a little bit of hail contamination, but I would guess we've probably seen at least 2 to 3 inches of rainfall in that corridor along the path of that thunderstorm. Still looking at a tornado warning for areas in western Carroll County down into northern Madison County. On our radar view, as far as the circulation, still showing up pretty nicely. Looks like it is starting to cross the county line into Carroll County. Looks like that circulation south-southwest of Berryville. So we're going to go back over to our radar view. That circulation looks to be now right about, and again, I'm looking at a different radar source, but it looks like it's right about in here. And it looks like it's now moving out of northern Madison County and tracking back into Carroll County, or it's moving into Carroll County. So here's Berryville. Possible tornado located to the southwest of Berryville. That would, at that position, it looks like it's located roughly about 7-8 miles or so to the southwest of Berryville. And on its current heading, tracking east, that would take that circulation south of the Berryville area. So kind of waiting to see from the Tulsa National Weather Service office if we're going to see a new tornado warning issued for areas a little further downstream across Berryville, Green Forest, Rule. You could see these areas from about 62 south across southern Carroll County. That's going to be kind of the danger zone as this possible tornado tracks now out of Madison County into southwestern Carroll County. For the Eureka Springs area, it looks like the tornado threat is passing to your south and southeast. Still a tremendous amount of heavy rain and lightning outside right now in your area, along with hail. But it looks like the tornado threat is likely passing to your south and southeast by about 7 to 8 miles. Any updates from the Tulsa office, guys?
They did. They continued the tornado warning currently where it is. They just changed hail size to ping pong ball, and they also slowed down the motion to 25 miles per hour. But they say it's moving straight east as opposed to, it was moving a little southeast earlier on, a little bit, but now they say it's still hanging on maybe an easterly. And Jane, we've seen the storm do it in the past, and maybe trying to occlude maybe a little farther, make a northerly turn at some point, possibly, like it's done from time to time in the past. It may not. It may just keep going east, but for sure still a big, nasty storm.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point to make. I mean, we've seen multiple circulations develop with this thunderstorm. One develops, takes over, then kind of moves off, occludes, as Tom said, weakens, new one develops, kind of rotates into the center of the storm, weakens, another one develops. And the general path has been for these circulations to track off to the east. Currently, the one that we are watching is located, again, south of Berryville. Looks like it's right about in here and moving 25 miles per hour. So that circulation looks like it's just about ready to move out of the current tornado warning. So I would guess that the Tulsa office, which handles Carroll County, is probably going to be issuing a new tornado warning for areas further east across Carroll County.
Sorry, real quick, the Springfield National Weather Service has just put out a tornado watch across parts of, pretty much all of our area except for 4 northern counties. But looking at the map in red, you can see a widespread swath of a tornado watch going through. Let's see what time they say. I believe it'll probably go on for a while here.
Yeah, I would guess through sunrise.
Probably so. Let's see, 5 a.m.
5 a.m., not quite sunrise. And while you were talking about the tornado watch, new tornado warning did just get issued for the rest of eastern Carroll County. You can see this new warning extends from Oak Grove, south across Rule, all the way down to Osage. So again, the circulation currently is moving out of the old warning into the new tornado warning. Looks like it's still about 5 to 10 minutes west of Highway 21. And then from there, it will make its way toward Rule in about 20 minutes or so. So if you live in areas from about Berryville east down 62 and south, that really is kind of the area that I'm most concerned about for a possible tornado. So if you live in that area, and I'll clear this information out, if you live roughly from, again, the Berryville area down toward Alpena, this whole area that you see in this new tornado warning, that whole area, that is where I'm most concerned about a possible tornado. And that new warning, again, just getting issued by the Tulsa National Weather Service office. That warning goes until 3:45. They've got it moving east now at 35 miles per hour, which is, it's a substantial uptick in speed. They still have the hail size set at ping pong ball size. And the tornado, they had it at the time of issuance of the warning, they had it located about 4 miles east of Clifty. So you can see, as I go back in here, you can see Clifty right here. That new warning has the position of that tornado located. They had it at the time of the issuance about 4 miles to the east of Clifty. I would put it, looks like that circulation now is located pretty close to the county line, and tracking almost due east at 35 miles per hour now. So we'll clear that out. Again, it looks like This circulation is going to continue to track east toward Rule, and it looks like it would be in the Rule area at about 2:59, so about 3 a.m. So if you live in areas, especially here along and south of Highway 62, it looks like this possible tornado would be approaching Highway 21 in about 10 minutes, and in about 20 minutes it should be approaching Rule. It looks like the tornado threat would be pretty close to the Osage area as well in about 25 minutes, or roughly 3:05. So again, if you live in southern and southeastern Carroll County, new tornado warning has been issued. And that warning runs through 3:45 this morning as this supercell thunderstorm that's had a history of producing tornadoes continues to have a real potential of producing additional tornadoes as it tracks off to the east.
Jamie, can you take a peek at hail? Because we're getting a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to have a destructive tag in Newton and McDonald County. National Weather Service is saying they can see up to 3-inch sized hail in that area. Just curious what our products in-house are saying for that.
So focusing in on that storm, that is west of Goodman and Anderson. You can see this is the hail core that Matt's talking about. Our hail products saying at least golf ball size. Tennis ball would be about 3 inches in diameter. It looks like certainly at least golf ball, probably golf ball to ping pong ball size at the very least in that hail core west of May, north of Tiff City. And we've still got a lot of hail falling with this storm in Carroll County. I would guess that the hail sizes are coming down in Eureka Springs, but they're probably picking up a bit in the Berryville area, maybe dime, possibly a few quarters in there. Still looking at a hail core to the west of Berryville, indicating hail sizes of at least quarter size, maybe up to ping pong ball size. And that hail is going to be getting into communities like Green Forest and Rule. In fact, it looks like we're probably already getting some small hail in Rule. And Rule is kind of in that trajectory that this potential tornado is going to be taking as it makes its way out of northern Madison County and now into western sections of Carroll County. Radar looking a little bit messy from my perspective on a separate radar source, but certainly the danger for a tornado appears to continue. It looks like the greatest threat area, as we go back over to our velocity data, the greatest threat area for a tornado, it looks to be up in roughly, kind of looking at what I can see, looks like it should be located right about in here, right about where my pointer is. So again, it looks like that circulation's kind of crossing over out of northern Madison County and now into western sections of Carroll County. And as Tom mentioned earlier, I mean, what happens is you'll have a circulation and you'll see the circulation kind of wrap in sometimes. So, it may be moving at a steady pace in one direction, and then it may start to turn off to the north as that whole circulation occludes and kind of pulls in underneath the updraft, and then you look for a new circulation to develop a little bit further south. So we'll be watching for that. Currently, though, it looks like that circulation is again focused right about in this area up here to the west of Rule, and that's why I'm concerned. Again, from say Highway 21 over to Rule, south of 62, that appears to be again that corridor where we could find a tornado over the next 10 to 20 minutes. We've not really gotten any additional reports from spotters saying a tornado is on the ground, but this is a pretty rural area, so I would guess not only is it rural, it's also pretty rugged. So it may be very hard to see the tornado if it's occurring, and that may be one of the reasons why we're not really getting too many reports of that. Radar still is indicating that potential is there, and it looks like that will continue across southeastern Carroll County. Going back over to the radar view, again, this is still a very impressive looking thunderstorm. We talked about how, again, that tornado looks to be located right about in here to the southwest of Berryville. And you can see our hail core located here. Should be getting, I would guess, hail up to at least quarter size in the Berryville area right now, and should be getting some hail now into Green Forest. That storm will continue to track roughly east. So if you live a little further downstream toward Boone County, I would guess that this storm is going to maintain itself east into Boone County and could pose a threat toward areas like Harrison, maybe in about an hour or so from now. So if you live in Boone County, while you're not under a warning at this time, you've got a dangerous thunderstorm which is tracking in your direction. And at the very least, I think we're going to get a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and hail out of it, and there could be some tornado potential with it still too, as it tracks eventually into Boone County. That tornado threat right now is located over southern Carroll County, south of Highway 62, passing to the south of Berryville. And again, just based on what we can see on radar, it looks like that kind of highlighted area for concern is right about in here, based on what we can see on radar right now. So this appears to be where that possible tornado is located. To the east of Clifty, to the southeast of Eureka Springs, southwest of Berryville. I can say if you live in and around Eureka Springs, south down 23 toward Clifty, it looks like the tornado risk with this storm is ended. But it continues further east. It looks like areas along and south of Highway 62, right here, along and south of Highway 62, this is going to be that area that I'm most concerned about for a possible tornado as that storm tracks off to the east. In addition to that, we're still looking at a very large hail core, probably some damaging hail pretty close to Berryville and west of Green Forest. And it looks like that hail core is going to track through Green Forest and Rural. So I think we're going to get some maybe hail up to quarter or ping pong ball size in those communities. And then it looks like that would track into Alpena probably in about, let's say about a half an hour or so from now. So folks in Alpena, Harrison, Bellefonte, Valley Springs, they're along Highway 65. Heads up, you got a dangerous storm that's going to be moving in your direction, and it's probably going to be there in about an hour or so with some hail, rain, lightning, and maybe even a possible tornado. Right now that risk continues with that storm over southern Carroll County. There has been a little bit of a gradual weakening with that storm, and I really hope that trend continues as the storm continues to track off to the east. Outside of that, again, we have a few other storms that we are watching very closely. We have, looks like a cluster of storms now, and we'll put this into motion. We have this one storm which has been tornado warned right there. Looks like we've got some new development out ahead of it, moving into Newton County. So Jasper and Newton County, I mean, really under the gun for some rough weather, heavy rain, lightning, some hail. Matt was mentioning earlier maybe some hail up to potentially, I believe at that point, tennis ball size. Yeah. And as we go to our hail product now, we can see if we've still got that potential occurring with those thunderstorms. Hail sizes may be down a little bit, but not much. Looks like areas between Neosho and Anderson likely getting quarter to $half size hail. Got another hail core further west on the other side of the state line there west of Neosho. And that activity is going to be pushing east as well. So Newton, McDonald, under the gun for severe weather, heavy rain, lightning, strong winds, and large hail, destructive hail. And those clusters are going to be moving into Berry County.
Jamie, real quick, I just want to say, this warning also includes for 70-mile-an-hour winds, possibly even 80-miles-an-hour winds, looking at velocity. But that would be right around here. I got the pointer up. Right there is kind of where we're going to be looking for that higher wind damage potential there. So coming out of northeast Oklahoma into parts of McDonald and Newton counties, Neosho, Anderson, in line of fire for not only the hail and the lightning and the heavy rain, but also some pretty fast winds.
Yeah, you're right. Just kind of going back over to I've got a loop of the velocity data. This is out of the Tulsa office, out of their radar, and you can see again that surge in winds right there, spreading east over toward Newton County and McDonald County. So these are some pretty intense wind speeds right there, and so yeah, straight line winds also a possibility in addition to the large hail that we're finding. You can also see that just really impressive looking thunderstorm coming across Carroll County now. You can see the circulation with it located right there, now tracking south of Berryville, south of Highway 62. You can see the circulation right there. It's been pretty long-lived. We've not gotten any additional reports of touchdowns. I'm not seeing anything on a different radar source. I'm not seeing a debris signature per se, but still a dangerous storm, and that tornado potential, it's been there with that storm. It's had a history of touchdowns, likely in Rogers, Decatur, Westover on the other side of the state line in northeast Oklahoma. So it's had that history, and that's why we're concerned that it will continue to have that history of potentially producing tornadoes as it tracks east across Carroll and then into Boone counties. Kind of looking at radar right now, looks like that tornado threat, and I'll stop this, that tornado threat appears to be located to the south of Berryville. Looks like it's pretty close to, I would put it pretty close to Highway 21. That maybe just along and west of Highway 21 is where that circulation currently is located. That would be to the south of Berryville. So it looks like the tornado potential is going to pass to the south of Berryville. It's going to get pretty close though to Green Forest. Maybe clip the south end of town there. Looks like it will also be moving very close to Rule, maybe right on top of Rule. So basically this is the area that I'm concerned about. Circulation's back in here, and that's going to continue to track across these areas. So Green Forest to Rule, so Highway 62, this is, let's see what highway we're looking at right there. They're running south through Rule 103. So 62, where it tees with 103, that area, this is the area I'm concerned about. So circulation's back here near 21, and it will continue to track east toward 103. Looks like it's going to maybe move between Rule and Green Forest, but it's going to be pretty close to both of these communities. So if you live in these areas, please continue to stay in your tornado safe space as this dangerous thunderstorm and possible tornado moves across your area. It looks like, again, the tornado threat, though, is ending in the Berryville area. It is over with in Eureka Springs and Clifty, at least with this particular thunderstorm. Outside of this tornado warned storm, we've got a pretty big cluster of thunderstorms now. One of these has been a supercell. This one located east of Miami, and you've got another cell out ahead of it in Neosho. Both of these thunderstorms are producing some pretty large hail. In addition to that, some potential for some very strong winds now across western Newton County. It looks like some of that's going to get into northwestern McDonald County and might spread into the Anderson area as well. Further east, you can see we've got storms kind of lined up down from Springfield south down 65. These are not warned, and they're not severe, but heavy rain and lots of lightning. So you're hearing some rumbles of thunder in places like Nixa, Ozark, south through Highlandville, down toward Forsyth and Branson. Again, no severe weather in your area right now, but it may be pretty loud outside with quite a bit of lightning occurring. In fact, looks like in our area, take a look at that. I mean, lightning blanketing southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas back into southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma. This is over the last hour, and you can see these pockets of very intense lightning, some of this moving across the Springfield area. And over the last, within 10-minute increments of time, our lightning counter is counting probably around, maybe in excess of 1,000 lightning strikes in this area in just the last 10 minutes. So just a tremendous amount of lightning also occurring with these thunderstorms, particularly the severe thunderstorms that we've got moving across Carroll County and now into Newton and McDonald counties. As far as the tornado threat with the Carroll County storm, looks like that is kind of focused very close to Rule, maybe just to the west of Rule right now. We'll go back over to our velocity data. Actually, I'm going to put it on just radar here. Let's see if I can get that, because that'll be a little bit more clear. So, looking at this, as we zoom in, you can see Highway 62 and you can see Rule down 103. It looks like that circulation is located pretty close to this area, 21. and that will continue to track off to the east. Last speed that we had was 35 miles per hour off to the east. So I'm going to clear that out. Let's go ahead and kind of highlight where that circulation is going to be going again. And I do want to mention one more time, if you're watching from Boone County around Harrison, this storm is tracking in your direction. And this is a dangerous, severe thunderstorm. Again, the circulation moving east at 35, that would put it in about 30 minutes time, that would put it into western Boone County. Alpena, not under a warning, but it looks like that possible tornado, the circulation with this thunderstorm, would be pretty close to Alpena at about 3:18 in the morning. So while not warned, just a heads up, this dangerous thunderstorm with a possible tornado is going to be moving into western Boone County in about 20 minutes. Currently, again, that tornado risk is kind of focused right here, and that will be making its way east of 21 toward Highway 103, and it looks like it's going to pass pretty close to Rule in under 10 minutes. So areas from Green Forest south down through Rule, if you have not taken precautions for this possible tornado, you only have about 5 minutes or so to do so before that circulation moves through. And we have seen an uptick in the circulation's intensity to the west of Rule. That circulation really is really focused on top of Highway 21. Let's see if I've got a new scan here on our velocity data. And it appears that I don't, but I'm going to go back to radar, and I'm going to highlight the area that I see right now. In fact, I'll just go ahead and circle it. We'll zoom into that area, and I'm going to circle the region that I'm really concerned about.
Yeah, and to mention what you're saying, Jamie, National Weather Service, they're in agreement with you. They're seeing that rotation, and they believe it's increasing. Things are starting to get worse in this area. Very briefly, things started to loosen, but now it's starting to tighten right back up, and really the tornado threat is just in this northern Arkansas area. Across the state line in Missouri, still seeing thunderstorms, but thankfully they're on the sub-severe side of things for the majority of people. Heavy rain that's taking place, but yeah, it's what's in Carroll County right now is an impressive radar signature that we're seeing.
Yeah, and again, what we can show you is a little bit older than what I have off air. So that's why I'm having to go to a different source and show you where I'm seeing the circulation. And it appears to be right on top of 21, south of Berryville, pretty close to, and I'm going to say this wrong probably, Cobanal. But it looks like it's located right about in there. And that is tracking east, and it looks like that's going to make a run at Rule. So with the last scan that we got in, I mean, there's been a definite tightening again of that circulation, a sign that maybe this thing is trying to produce again. At this point, I'm not seeing a debris signature, but we've seen a definite tightening, and the radar is hitting that portion of the storm at about, here from the Springfield radar, it's hitting that storm at about 3,300 feet. So it's a little bit off the surface, but we've certainly seen a tightening there at about 3,000 feet off the surface, and maybe an indication that this storm is trying to produce a tornado once again. And it looks like that circulation west of Rule, south of Berryville, right on top of Highway 21. In fact, in the last scan I got, looks like it's located now a little bit east of Highway 21. I would put it roughly about in that area right there to the southwest of Rule, west-southwest of Rule. In fact, let's see if I can kind of zoom in. Maybe I can get some little roads to pop in. There we go. Getting some roads to pop in, and you can see right there, it looks like, let's see if I can get anything to show up. County Road 717, County Road 717. Trying to get another one. County Road 731. These are, again, a couple of county roads to the east of Highway 21 in the vicinity of where this possible tornado is. And that circulation is, again, tracking roughly east. So it's gonna get pretty close to areas like Rule, and it should be making its way across 103 over the next 10 minutes or so. The circulation, based on radar, appears to be a little west-southwest of Rule right now, basically between Highway 21 and 103, almost halfway between Highway 21 and 103 to the west-southwest of Rule, tracking east at 35 miles per hour. So the warning does continue. Looks like we do now have a new warning in effect for Boone County. We're telling you that it looks like, I mean, based on where the storm is going, that risk was going to extend into Boone County. And we now do have a new tornado warning in effect for Boone County. So if you live from Alpena over toward Harrison, Bellefonte, Valley Springs, these three communities here along 65, those are all generally in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm. And it looks like the circulation, the part we're most concerned about, is going to be heading in that general direction toward Harrison and Bellefonte. So if you live from Alpena to Harrison to Bellefonte, that area, that is where I'm most concerned that we could have a possible tornado moving through over the next half hour to 45 minutes. With the position where it is, looks like it is, again, located just a little west-southwest of Rule. That's going to bring it into roughly these areas over the next 30 minutes. And I think in that latest warning, the speed, we had that speed at 35 miles per hour, so haven't seen a change there. Looks like it would be pretty close to Alpena at about 3:19 in the morning. You can see areas a little further east toward Highway 65. That's going to be more like about 25 minutes or so from now. So we're sitting at 3:02. So let's say about 3:27, we're going to see that possible tornado located near Highway 65. And I would guess that it's going to get pretty close to not only Alpena, but it's also going to get pretty close to Harrison. It may stay north of Valley Springs, may stay north of Bellefonte, but it's going to be close. I would say, though, Alpena to Harrison, that's the general path that I think that circulation is going to take as it tracks east at 35 miles per hour. So,
and Jamie, I want to point out real fast, there is now a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of northeastern Stone County and parts of Christian County. That's mainly near Garrison down to Ozarks and Nixa. And just for 60-mile-an-hour winds with this, and a whole lot of lightning, some wind, and heavy rain. The tornado risk, though, is what the storm we're talking about, northern Arkansas, is where that's focused.
Yeah, so the new warning, severe thunderstorm warning, is for Nixa, Ozark, Garrison, lightning, heavy rain, maybe some strong winds. We've still got that cluster off to the west, now pulling east across out of northeast Oklahoma into Newton and McDonald counties. That's still a pretty healthy looking storm right there. I think we've got kind of a clustering of thunderstorms right there, and these storms are merging a bit, so it looks like maybe one giant thunderstorm situated over top of Newton County, right on top of the Neosho area. We've still got, go ahead, Tom.
Sorry, Neosho did get a report from a trained spotter of to golf ball-sized hail.
Of golf ball-sized hail?
In
Okay.
Neosho.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we've seen hail, we've seen lots of rain in some of these storms, and of course, this particular storm we've really been focused on for a while now in Carroll County still has that tornado potential. Still seeing evidence of circulation. It looks like that circulation may be close to, it looks like it's east of Rule at this time, but maybe a little west of Alpena, not by too much either. It looks like it's very close to Highway 62 west of Alpena, and tracking roughly in the direction of Alpena. So as we said earlier, heads up that storm was heading in your direction, and I hope that you're taking precautions if you live in and around Alpena right now, and should be taking precautions further east into Harrison as well, maybe up toward Bergman for a potential tornado. Looks like over the next half hour to 45 minutes, we're going to find this storm tracking across those areas. There's going to be that risk of a tornado, heavy rain, lots of lightning. I mean, this is non-stop lightning with this thunderstorm. And we've still got some hail with it too. Looking at hail sizes right now on the order of probably quarter to $half size between Alpena and Osage. Looks like between Osage and Green Forest, quarter to $half size. And that's tracking. That's kind of tracking along with where that circulation is. We also have got some pretty good hail sizes still with these storms in McDonald County and Newton County, basically on either side of I-49 between Neosho and Anderson. And we got a decent hail core showing up now to the southwest of Garrison and southeast of Saddlebrook. That's kind of developing with these storms that are located over 65 south of Springfield, and you can see how that hail core looks to be tracking a little northeast. Looks like it's going to stay north of Forsyth, maybe stay north of Taneyville, but looks like it may be heading in the general direction of Garrison. So that's hail we're talking about. Looks like we've got some sizes maybe approaching quarter to the southeast of Saddlebrook, moving generally in the direction of Garrison. And we've still got, this monster hail core here with this storm that's moving into Boone County now. I mean, we're going to get hail. We're already getting it in Alpena. We're going to get hail in Harrison and Bellefonte. We're going to get hail in Bergman. And I would guess these hail sizes are probably going to be quarter size, maybe larger with that storm as it tracks across Boone County. And of course, we still have that risk of a tornado. The circulation with that appears to be pretty close to Alpena right now, maybe just west of Alpena. And it looks like it's kind of tracking right down 62. And it'll be approaching Highway 65. Should be moving out of Carroll County into Boone County here over the next few minutes, moving across the Alpena area. And then from there, looks like it would move down 62 towards 65, where 62 intersects with 65. So, this is still a dangerous thunderstorm moving across northwest Arkansas. It has kind of gradually wound down, but a lot of times, as long as everything is kind of, the status quo out ahead of it, these storms can live a long time. And so with nothing really in front of it to stop it, it's probably going to take some time for it to wind down as it makes its way gradually across northern areas of Arkansas. In addition to that, still watching areas to the north. Looks like we're starting to get more of a line of thunderstorms here between Topeka and Kansas City. And that activity will likely track east-southeast along the I-70 corridor, and will probably clip areas like Henry County and Benton County, Morgan County, Miller, Marys. I would guess all of those counties are going to get hit with that squall line that's developing to the west in northeast Kansas, and there could be some hail and wind with that activity. That would be closer to sunrise. The worst of the activity, though, right now is still what we're finding in southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas, particularly with these two different areas of thunderstorm activity. This one here over Newton County, and this one moving out of Carroll County and into Boone County. That's a supercell. That's a supercell, and these storms are going to continue to track roughly east. So, as long as they maintain themselves, risk of severe weather is going to be continuing with both of them. Currently, the one that we're concerned about most for a tornado is this one, though, that's moving into Boone County at this time.
And Jamie, looking at that storm now in southwestern Missouri, there is a little bit of rotation with it, but it's mostly, I guess, mid-level rotation at this point, and it's not too tight. But we're still looking at, like the fast winds, like you said, kind of a little complex down. Neosho to Anderson had some reports of round golf ball sized hail, maybe just south of Neosho there. That's all moving in, so Cassville, folks, watch out for that. You got some thunderstorms going on now. The severe storm is still off to your west. And again, lots of folks down in Branson West, Table Rock Lake. Again, a lot of people down here like to go out for a Memorial Day weekend, hit the lake and rent a place or whatever, maybe go camping. That includes parts of North Arkansas, and then eventually down the line, this will get over to maybe Bull Shoals Lake too. So lots of activity down here, lots of out-of-towners down in these areas. So if you know anybody who's down here camping or with a trailer, a tent or something like that, let them know, give them a call, make sure that they're remaining weather aware at 3 o'clock in the morning, wake them up if you need to, because this could be a serious event if you're going to try to ride it out in a tent. Certainly not advised to do anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least with these storms, I mean, as they come across some of these campgrounds, I mean, you're looking at heavy rain and lightning, you're looking at hail, and you're looking at strong winds. I mean, all of these things, especially if you're in a tent, bad news. Not good at all. looking back, talking about some of these hail reports, we've got hail reports from Newton County around Neosho. Looks like at least, it looks like up around ping pong ball size. This is in Neosho. Other reports of golf ball size in Neosho, quarter size in Neosho with that thunderstorm. And that thunderstorm is going to continue to track east toward places like Monette and Purdy and Butterfield, down toward Cassville. I think there may be a hail threat coming over the next hour or so as that cluster of severe storms continues to track off to the east. And keep in mind, I mean, all of southern Missouri, or at least most of southern Missouri and in northern Arkansas, under a tornado watch. So, with these storms, even though we only have one tornado warned storm right now, we've still got other storms that we're watching, particularly the storm here near Neosho and Anderson. We're going to watch those closely for any signs of any low-level circulations developing with them, indicating that there may be some tornado development.
Something I do want to mention is, of course, we're concerned about the tornado threat, but we are seeing very fast, gusty winds that have been in play. That severe thunderstorm warning was for winds in excess of 70 miles per hour, and also these cells are moving pretty slow. They're tracking at about 30 miles per hour off to the east, and when you have these slow-moving cells, and they're also producing a whole lot of rain, you have concerns about flash flooding that's going to be in place as well. So I know people are always concerned about the tornado threat, but we have to mention the other threats are still on the table. You can definitely get concerns of flash flooding, definitely get concerns of these fast straight line winds that are in play that can easily snap power lines, snap trees that are going to be coming down these areas too. Right now we only have one tornado warning, but just about everyone in the Ozarks are getting some thunderstorms that are happening right now.
And going back to the storm, the storm in Carroll County into Boone County. I mean, it's been an interesting storm to watch because of its gradual evolution. I mean, you think you're watching the circulation, and you think it's moving steadily, and then you kind of see it redevelop. And right now, just based on what we can see on radar, it looks like that circulation is probably located right about in here. That would be the suspect area. With the way the storm looks currently on radar. And that's going to continue to track along here pretty close to Highway 62. Of course, Harrison's not too far to the east. And that's why I've been saying if you live anywhere from Alpena over toward Harrison, Bergman, this is going to be that probably the more dangerous corridor as the circulation, which is currently located back in here, tracks east with the thunderstorm. So that is going to be an area, again, that we want folks especially to, be prepared for a tornado. You want to be in that lowest level of your home. If you've got a storm shelter, be in the storm shelter. If you've got a basement, be in the basement. Just ride the storm out safely until it passes on off to your east. Hopefully, at the very worst, it's just heavy rain and lightning. But there could be and probably will be some large hail. Along with some strong winds and again, maybe even a tornado. And of course, we're getting some rumbles of thunder here at our TV station here in Springfield on the northeast side of town. And you can see some of the thunder that's located over, especially the south side of Springfield, east over toward Rogersville and Fordland. So we got a pretty good cluster of storms there, Marshville to Seymour. But getting some rumbles of thunder here in Springfield. Again, if you've been watching or you're just joining us now, we've had several different thunderstorms that have been severe weather producers. The most dangerous storm right now is the one moving into Boone County. That comes with the risk of a tornado. Looks like that risk is currently approaching the Harrison area. So again, I want folks in Harrison to take this seriously, take precautions for this possible tornado. Another area of concern is with this cluster of storms back in Newton and McDonald counties. Large hail, heavy rain, strong winds, lots of lightning with that cluster of thunderstorms. And those are going to be pushing east into southern Lawrence and much of Berry County. So areas like Monette, maybe down toward Cassville, Jenkins, these are areas that are probably going to get hit with that cluster of severe storms and could see hail, high winds, heavy rain, and lots of lightning. Again, as far as the storm that is tornado warned, looks like that tornado threat is approaching Harrison from the west right now. You can see we've still got a very healthy looking inflow notch. This is where I would bet that possible tornado is located, here just to the southeast of Alpena, and this is going to continue to track in this fashion. That's why I'm concerned that areas, especially Harrison, maybe running north out of Harrison on 65, this is going to be an area of concern as that circulation tracks through that region over the next probably 10 minutes or so. And I haven't tracked this out in a little bit. We're going to go ahead and do that. Looks like, again, based on where it is moving east at 35, that's going to bring it across Harrison in about 10 to 12 minutes. So again, if you live in Harrison, you've got about 10 minutes before a possible tornado moves through your area. Further east, we see that it looks like the storm, the circulation should be getting into the eastern side of Boone County in about 25 to 30 minutes. And this storm, by the way, again, if you're just joining us, this has been a storm. It's been a tornado producer. It has produced tornadoes back in Benton County. It looks like we had a touchdown maybe in the Rogers area, touchdown in Decatur. We had reports of tornadoes with this storm on the other side of the state line in northeast Oklahoma near Tulsa. So this has been a tornado producer, and again, we're still concerned that it could produce additional tornadoes as it tracks off to the east. And kind of looking at radar right now, still showing signs that we've got still a pretty healthy circulation there approaching the Harrison area from the west right now. Any updates from the Springfield office or Tulsa on these storms?
No, we got a new thunderstorm warning across parts of course, the one up at west central Missouri for Barton, Cedar, Dade, Jasper, Lawrence, Vernon counties. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Otherwise, a lot of lightning and thunder. I just wanted to go back to this, kind of show you the big picture. You can see kind of the complex starting to form just a little bit. And you can see, again, a lot of lightning with this. And that's all moving through. The only tornado warning we have right now is across northern Arkansas.
Yeah, and I'm kind of checking some of the different reporting sites that we have just to see if we're getting anything new from any of them. And I'm not, I'm seeing the reports of wind and hail. Just got a report from Neosho of quarter-size hail. That was at 3:12, so about 5 minutes or so ago. So, I mean, we're still getting reports mainly of hail out of these storms. Haven't seen a lot of wind damage reports, but the risk for tornadoes is still present, particularly with this storm in Boone County, and it still looks like we've got, again, a pretty healthy circulation just to the west of Harrison. So if you live in Harrison, please continue to stay in your tornado safe space as this dangerous storm passes through your area. Looking at the hail right now, I mean, not only is it going to be loud because of thunder, but it's probably loud because of hail hitting the roof. Looks like we're still getting dime to maybe quarter size with this storm in and around the Harrison area, and that stretches west back toward Alpena. Looks like we've got hail now into the Bellefonte area, and it looks like we're going to be getting hail into Valley Springs. Harrison south down 65 into Bellefonte and maybe Valley Springs. This is an area I'm still concerned about for a possible tornado, as looks like, again, a circulation still showing up on radar, and it is going to be moving across those areas over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So with that, looking west back into Carroll County, the good news is for the time being, looks like the tornado threat has moved out of Carroll County. We've got now this, it looks like we're starting to get more of a wind signature with this the southwestern flank of this thunderstorm. And this is likely going to surge off to the southeast, and that's why we've got this severe thunderstorm warning running southeast across the Jasper area. So with that, we could find some damaging winds and maybe a bit of hail. And when we were talking to Tom just moments ago, he was showing us a loop, and it looks like, we're starting to get, rather than have these individual supercell thunderstorms, it looks like we're starting to see an evolution to more of a linear mode. We're starting to see that right here And we're starting to see that right here with this cluster of thunderstorms moving across southwest Missouri. So with that, we may be seeing kind of a shift in severe weather expectations from hail and tornado risk over to damaging winds, maybe some spotty hail, and still the possibility of at least brief tornadoes with these lines as they continue to surge off toward what appears to be the east-southeast. We're also watching areas a bit further north up toward I-70 where we've got a developing line of thunderstorms which appears to be surging southeast. Tom, I think you've got some new information for us.
I just want to show you guys how far this storm is tracked. And so I'm over here. We'll take camera 2, if we can, in the studio. Thank you. And this is where it is now. It all began right here, okay, just to the east of I-35. Not that one there. Follow it all the way across northern Oklahoma into northern Arkansas, and now it's all the way over here. Folks, this has been a storm that's lasted a long time. And here it is again, pointed out right here, going around. There it is, producing tornadoes, of course, near Claremore in Oklahoma, just northeast of Tulsa. Had some damage reported there. But it's been long-lived, okay? The storm itself, that's a supercell for you. They will last a long time, several hours. And it's done damage, just a path of damage as it is certainly developed. There it is again, moving out of Oklahoma. There it goes. Right here it is now. Again, tornado warning continues across parts of Boone County. Circulation is still there. Jamie, I just wanted to point that out just to show how long this storm has been in play.
Yeah, you know, and that's, like you said, that's the thing about these supercells. I mean, once they get going, as long as the environment around them and the environment that they're going into isn't really any different, you know, there's really nothing to stop them. So they keep chugging along until they run into some sort of wall, and then they start to weaken. Or you start to see a lot of thunderstorm activity, and you start getting these interactions, and that individual thunderstorm starts getting choked off by thunderstorms around it, or you start getting these mergers. And that's what we're really starting to see now over southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. I wanted to show you quickly the instability. We've still got a lot of it. I mean, there's a big reservoir of instability over southern Missouri, east of 65, and across northern Arkansas. So, you know, this area is still ripe for strong to severe thunderstorms because of that large amount of instability that's in place. That's that storm fuel. So again, as these storms move into that storm fuel, they're just going to continue to feed off of that. The storms further north, the instability levels aren't as great. The atmosphere has been worked over a bit. So that's likely stifling the storm intensity a little bit with that line that's developing up near I-70. I do want to show you, because we can also kind of take a look at model data and how things will translate over the next several hours as we work through sunrise. We're sitting at 3:22 right now. So there's 3 o'clock start time. As we take you forward, you can see these clusters of thunderstorms over southwest Missouri and northern Arkansas continue to shift east over towards southeast Missouri. And notice how there's an evolution into lines of thunderstorms. And then here's that line that's currently developing up near I-70. That activity, that's 8 a.m. And it looks like once we get to about 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, that's about the time that we're going to see this severe weather episode start to fade, or it should be fading by that point. I think we're looking at a severe weather risk through sunrise, but then after, say, 8 o'clock in the morning, we should see a definite downward trend in intensity. We will have this final line of thunderstorms that'll be sweeping off to the southeast. Could get some gusty winds with that as it tracks towards southeast Missouri. And then that's lunchtime. And then as we take you into the mid to late afternoon, guess what? We've got a few additional thunderstorms starting to show up, because the cold front doesn't go through until late afternoon and evening on Sunday. And the wind fields out ahead of this front will remain strong. And the instability levels are going to build back up during the day on Sunday. So it looks like we are going to be indeed looking at a severe weather risk again Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. This is, let's take you to Sunday. This is going to be the outlook for Sunday for severe weather. And it looks like it will be focused especially north and east of the Springfield area. So we're getting severe weather tonight through sunrise. We get a break after that, maybe through early afternoon. And then especially late afternoon into the evening, we're likely going to find another round of scattered strong to severe storms. I think with those storms, The main threat is going to be probably hail, but we could also find some strong wind gusts and can't rule out the possibility of tornadoes. Looks like a scenario very similar to what we had back on Friday, but the wind energy is greater. So I think we could find maybe a bit more potential for tornadoes as we get into Sunday. Get back onto what's going on with the storm here in southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. These two storms, these two storm clusters, we're still looking at the one in Boone County. There still appears to be a circulation with that very close to Harrison. It doesn't look overly strong or organized. And I'm watching this other area. This one looks kind of interesting here in McDonald County. Let's see if I can get that to show up a little bit. Looks like we've got a circulation here to the southwest of Wheaton, west of Exeter. Currently severe warned, but I'm going to be watching this area right in here. Looks like we've got a circulation developing here to the south of Highway 76 in eastern sections of McDonald County. So that's going to be moving into Berry County. So just a heads up, again, we're under a tornado watch, and we could see this severe thunderstorm warning get upgraded to a tornado warning. I am seeing a circulation showing up now, and that is in eastern McDonald County, and that will be moving into western Berry County. So a heads up for areas from Wheaton south to Washburn, east over toward Cassville. You got a severe thunderstorm to your west, and we're starting to see signs of a circulation with it. So,
and Jamie, the Weather Service is also watching that circulation. I've been looking at it. It has tightened up a little bit from what it was moments ago. So certainly keep an eye on it. If it does get any tighter, or if it continues, a tornado warning may be coming for that storm there too. Later today, we'll just have to wait and see what it does, but it's definitely worth watching.
Yeah, and getting back to, we still have our tornado warned storm here in Boone County. And that circulation appears to be very close to Harrison and Bellefonte. You can still see, evidence of a little bit of a hook right there. Here's our inflow notch right there. It looks like that circulation is kind of focused right in here. So this is where I would be concerned about tornado development right there to the south of Harrison, to the west of Bellefonte, and that is tracking roughly in this fashion. So it'll be moving across 65, pretty close to Bellefonte. Moving east at about 35 miles per hour, maybe a little south of east, and that's gonna take it across Bellefonte here over the next, roughly, let's say, 2 to 4 minutes, and then from there, it looks like it'll make its way across southeastern Boone County over the next 10 to 20 minutes, and heads up for folks in Marion County. Especially to the west of Yellville, along and south of Highway 62, looks like that circulation would be moving in that area in about 20 to 30 minutes. So while we don't have yet a warning out for that area, this storm, it's still chugging along, still severe, and I think it's going to be severe going into Marion County. So I think we're going to be looking at that risk for severe weather getting into Marion County. So a heads up for you folks in places like Dodge City, Powell, east over toward Yellville, Flippin. Again, these are all areas that this storm is going to be moving through over the next 30 to 45 minutes. So,
and Jamie,
go ahead.
Just jump in. That storm in Berry County near Cassville, getting into Berry County away, that is now becoming a tornado possible tag, is what the Weather Service is throwing on there. So that would be, I'll go ahead and draw a little circle here. I'll be about right here, the point they're watching, right there just about. And they're saying that's a little bit of rotation there. Everyone's kind of watching that. So folks in Berry County, southern Berry County, central Berry County, just kind of keep an eye on things. Don't clock out just quite yet.
Yeah, and that circulation, we've been seeing the last several scans. Looks like it's just west of the county line. It's a little messy in that area. You got several different thunderstorms kind of merging. Still seeing a circulation to the southwest of Bellefonte, and we did get a new warning issued, and that warning does come with a tornado possible tag for Marion County. So we were talking about how a new warning would likely come out for Marion County. That is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. And that indicates that there's not enough confidence to go ahead and issue the tornado warning for that area, but the circulation's still there, and it bears watching, and we could see that get upgraded, particularly, I think, down toward, and I'll clear this information out, particularly areas near and south of, say, Powell. I'll clear all that information out. So areas like Piatt, Yellville, I mean, these are all communities there along 412, South 412, that will likely be kind of in the line of fire from this what has been a tornadic thunderstorm, and the circulation is still showing up on radar, and it's going to be moving generally across that area of Marion County, southwestern Marion County. Also, new warning issued for areas north. Tornado possible tag with this one. This for the storm to the west of Rome, getting into western Douglas County. So heads up for folks in Ava. You got a severe thunderstorm to your southwest right now. Looks like we've got a little bit of a wind signature right there. Let's see as we kind of put this into motion, trying to see if we can get some indications of a tightening there. And it looks like at the very least, I mean, you've got some strong winds near Bradleyville, Brown Branch, maybe some damaging winds there up to 60 miles per hour. And tornado possible tag with that severe thunderstorm warning. So that storm bears watching as it tracks, looks like a little north of east in the general direction of Ava across western Douglas County. And still got this big cluster of thunderstorms moving into Berry County and Lawrence County right now. Getting back to that tornado warned storm in Boone County. I don't want to lose sight of this because we have seen in the last scan a tightening of the circulation. Looks like it's located just west of 65 to the south. Looks like south-southwest of Bellefonte, west of Valley Springs. So this area right about in here, that's kind of the highlighted area that I can see. This is where we may be looking at a tightening of that circulation. So we may be, again, this storm may be trying to produce again, trying to produce a tornado. And again, that circulation located roughly about in here to the southwest of Bellefonte.
And Jamie, there is another severe thunderstorm warning near Seymour that comes out with that tornado possible tag as well. They're just handing them out tonight.
They're handing them out, and you know, it's just an environment. I mean, I think what happens is you've got all these thunderstorms, and they start showing signs of circulation. And because there's been a history with some of these storms tonight of producing tornadoes, again, the concern is that maybe those trends continue and we see these storms eventually produce a tornado. So that precursor to the tornado warning sometimes is that severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag.
We do have a tornado warning about to come out for the Bradleyville area, and that just got issued right there.
Okay, so that's up for Douglas County. You can see Bradleyville over to Brown Branch into the Rome area. That's where that warning is. Again, we were looking at that area moments ago. You could see, hopefully, as we get, I'm going to look at a different radar view because that looks to be an old scan right there.
And they have that, Jamie, moving northeast about 25 miles per hour.
Definitely, I can see a definite tightening there, and that is just to the northeast of Bradleyville. So this scan that I'm showing you right there, that's a little bit old. It's a lot more impressive in the next scan that will come out. But looks like that circulation is currently located about, let's see if I can get this. Looks like it's located right about in this area right here. That's to the northeast of Bradleyville. We've seen in fact, it looks like we may have a CC drop. We may have a debris signature with that circulation northeast of Bradleyville. So we're going to be looking out for that from the Weather Service office to see if we get a confirmation on that. But
yeah,
it looks
I'm seeing
like
that CC drop too.
Are they saying they see the CC drop?
No, but I'm seeing it on radar as well.
Okay, so folks, if you live in, looks like that is in northern, you can see the northernmost Taney County, northeast Taney County, just northeast of Bradleyville. Looks like we may have a developing tornado, and that's going to track into southwestern Douglas County. Looks like areas generally along and north of Highway 76 here, north of Bradleyville, under the gun for a possible tornado. Again, I think here in the last couple of scans, we saw a quick tightening, and I think we've seen a CC drop with that. And I think we probably had tornado touchdown to the just to the north of Bradleyville. Let's see if I can get these roads to kind of pop in for us.
And Jamie, they did extend that tornado warning now across northern Arkansas into parts of Marion County, which does include Yellville.
Okay.
And National Weather Service is agreeing debris signature with that system just to the north of Bradleyville.
Okay, yeah, and that's, yeah, so we just got a new scan in, and that is roughly Old Cheese Plant Road. That's roughly where that debris signature is showing up. So it looks like that's pretty close to where the tornado would have crossed.
And Jamie, I know we have to handle this situation, but there's going to be a tornado warning coming out for southern Dade County as well. So we're having multiple tornadoes. The circulation really happening all at once right now. Another tornado warning that's going to be coming out for Dade County.
Okay, we're going to go look at that. Again, I just want to, it looks like the circulation with the storm north of Bradleyville, it's weakened some, but still seeing a debris signature there pretty close to the county line north of Old Cheese Plant Road. If you live, looks like the tornado threats ended in the Bradleyville area, but if you live in southwestern Douglas County, southwest of Ava, southwest of Rome, take shelter. Potential tornado. Looks like it has produced at least a brief tornado just to the northeast of Bradleyville. We did get a debris signature with that, and I think we're going to be able to confirm that there was a tornado very close to the county line, just to the south of the county line, northeast of Bradleyville. Now we're going to go check out the Dade County storm that that has recently been tornado warned.
We got 2 tornado warnings at once. The other one is just to the east of Seymour, and of course you're looking at the one that's going to be over in Dade County. So we have 3 tornado warnings. All these have fired up in what, 5 minutes?
So this is, yeah, this one is near Dudenville. The one near Dudenville is located, that circulation showing up. I'm not yet seeing a debris signature, but it's a pretty good circulation. That is located just to the north of the county line, south of Golden City. I'm going to guess, because I haven't looked at the warning, but I'm going to guess. Let's see if I can get this to clear that out. That circulation looks to be tracking east. Looks like it's very close to West Route NN and Route N. So if you live in southwestern Dade County, let's see if we can get some other roads to kind of pop in there. West Dade 192, South Dade 11, that is in the vicinity of where that possible tornado is located. Again, I don't have a debris signature on that one, but again, that circulation has recently shown up. We've still got the tornado warned storm down in the southwestern Douglas County. Still seeing a circulation there. That circulation is a little weaker, but I think we've still got, it looks like we've still got a debris signature on that, and let's go ahead and show you what that would look like.
They just called that a confirmed tornado, Jamie.
Okay, so there it is right there. This is what we're looking for, folks. You can see north of Bradleyville, that's what's called a CC drop. That indicates that the radar is picking up debris in the air being generated by a tornado. That's northeast of Bradleyville. That tornado is now in southwestern Douglas County. Again, confirmed tornado, radar confirmed tornado for that storm that is now moving away from Bradleyville into southwestern Douglas County. That circulation is still showing up pretty nicely, and I'll go ahead and swap that back over to velocity. That circulation showing up here pretty close to County Road DD-444. Looks like it's located a little southeast of that, north of Old Cheese Plant Road. Now, I haven't hit on this one storm further north, and I want to go up to it. That storm is tornado warned up near Seymour. The circulation with that does not look as impressive on what I'm showing you on television as what I can see off air. So we're going to get a new scan, I think, and I think we're going to be able to see that pretty nicely when we get that new scan. But looks like we've got maybe a developing tornado here to the north of Highway 60, and it looks like it's a little north of Cedar Gap, between Jericho and Cedar Gap. Looks to be where that developing tornado is located. And this is what it looks like right now on radar. And you can see the hook that has taken shape. So we've got, got a tornado warning for this cell moving out of the Seymour area into Wright County, southwestern Wright County. circulation tightening up there north of Highway 60. That is, again, located a little north of Cedar Gap, a little south of Jericho, and there has been a pretty significant, in the last scan that I can see over here, pretty significant tightening up of that circulation. I'm not yet seeing a debris signature, but there's been a tightening up of that circulation just to the, looks like it's just to the southeast of Jericho. And this is, again, this is an old radar scan. This is probably a couple of scans ago, but that circulation is showing up right here, and it's intensified north of Cedar Gap, south of Jericho, here north of 60. Tom, we're going to go over to Tom. Tom's got some safety rules as we see in several tornado-warned storms now, safety rules for folks that are under the gun for a tornado right now. Tom?
Right, just real quick here, just wanted to make sure you guys, if you find yourself in the tornado warning, you know what to do. You want to get away from windows, get away from the outside of your house, get to the inner part of the house and below ground if you can. If you can't go below ground, that might be a closet, a hallway, sometimes a bedroom or a bathroom. If it's on the inside of the house, if you have a staircase, under the staircase is a good place to be. Bottom line, avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. Then you also want to cover yourself with blankets, mattresses, bicycle helmets for protection, anything you can to kind of cover yourself up from any potential debris that may come your way. But if you're in a tornado warning, it's coming to you, take a look at this map. These are good places to go. Avoid the windows, doors, and get indoors as much as you can. Jamie, we'll go back to you.
Yeah, great advice there. And Tom, we have 3 confirmed tornadoes. We have the one in southeastern Boone County, that's confirmed. We have a confirmed tornado in southwestern Douglas County, and we also now have a confirmed tornado with the cell that is moving into Dade County, or southwestern Dade County right now.
And Jamie, just to add to that, with the system that's in northern Arkansas, Little Rock office also saw a CC drop in that area too. That's what gave them the confidence to issue really that confirmed radar signature. All of this has been firing up very, very rapidly. Things have really started to elevate in the last, 10 minutes. So very active. 3 radar confirmed tornadoes at the moment.
And let's go, I mean, you can see right now, Matt, take a look at that. I mean, look at this, the tightening that we've had of this circulation here to the southeast of Bellefonte. This has now made its way east of 65. It's located northeast of Valley Spring. That is a very significant circulation, and now it has been confirmed. Is a confirmed tornado. So we're going to look at the debris product here, and let's see if we can see that. There it is, right there. That is the debris signature between Bellefonte and Valley Springs. This was at 3:39. That is the debris signature between Bellefonte and Valley Springs. So that's a tornado on the ground generating debris, and it's now passed east of 65 and is currently located to the northeast of Valley Springs. Looks like it is tracking just south of Highway 412. It is north of Everton, and will be making its way out of southeastern Boone County and into southwestern Marion County. Looks like it's going to tend to follow just south of Highway 412 into Marion County, and looks like it'll move by maybe just to the south of Piatt. So we've got several different tornado-warned storms that now are confirmed tornadoes. So we're going to broaden out this view because I don't want to lose track of any of these. We've got, again, if you're watching, we've got a confirmed tornado with this cell right there south of Lockwood. We've got a confirmed tornado with this cell here to the southwest of Ava, and we've got a confirmed tornado now with this storm just to the east-southeast of Bellefonte, moving now into southwestern Marion County. So let's go ahead and kind of step through this. Let's go back to this Dade County storm. That circulation is located to the southwest of Lockwood, and you can see it there near Minert. That's the circulation. Looks like it's just north of Route A, west of Highway 97. I'm not seeing, at this point, I'm not seeing a debris signature. I'm going to take it back in time, but it looks like when it was a little further southwest, there was indeed a debris signature that showed up. So I think there was a brief tornado touchdown. I don't know that it's producing right now, but there was a brief tornado touchdown with that storm, and that's why they went ahead and confirmed it. That was that touchdown occurred just to the northeast of Dudenville. So that's the Dade County storm. This is the storm that is now making its way east of Jericho. Looks like that one has been confirmed. Let's go ahead and take a look at the debris signature on that, because that's what they're going to be going for.
And Jamie, they do put the PDS tag on that storm.
On that storm, the one
In Wright County.
in Wright County.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So it looks like we've got a significant tightening up of that circulation. That is located very close to Jericho, just to the northeast of Jericho. Let's see if I can get this to show up for us. That's pretty good. You can see right here, that is the tightening that we've got right now. So we're going to go ahead and kind of zoom in. Looks like this tornado is located pretty close to Napier Road, Red Oak Road, Davis Road. So you can see some of these roads right here. Red Oak Road, Davis Road. This is the tornado right here. So outbound, inbound, that's the tornado right there, just to the east of Highway F. That is located a little northeast of Jericho. We've seen a significant tightening up of that circulation. In fact, what I'm showing you on radar right now isn't as strong as what I can see in the latest scan in an off-R. And in fact, I'm getting a very significant CC drop too. I can see that as well. So right now it looks like we've got a tornado on the ground, and man, I wish this thing would update over here, but right now it looks like we've got a tornado on the ground, and that is located near Red Oak Road, County Road 660, Davis Road. So we were kind of highlighting some of those roads just a moment ago. Let's see if I can get this to come in. Again, just waiting on a new scan to come in so that we can really highlight where this tornado is occurring. Again, I'm trying to go ahead and just kind of tell you some of the roads that are in the vicinity of this tornado. Red Oak Road on the south side of that circulation. On the north side of that circulation is, let's see, another road, trying to get one to come in. Quail Road is another road in the vicinity of that tornado. And that tornado is tracking. Let's see, and guys, while I'm talking about this, I want you guys to be watching these other cells to see what they're doing. That tornado is tracking northeast. So that, if you live in Hartville, this tornadic thunderstorm is tracking roughly in the direction of Hartville. You can see the circulation there east of Jericho, and I'm waiting for a new scan to come in on what I can show you on air. And hopefully I can get this debris signature to show up for us, but it's not. I'm not getting what I want there. But I can tell you we've had a significant CC drop just east of Jericho, east-northeast of Jericho. That indicates that we've got a tornado on the ground. It may be a destructive tornado, and it is tracking northeast, and it is going to be tracking roughly toward the Hartville area. So right now it is tracking northeast at, we've got that thing moving, oh man, I'm waiting, let's see, 45 miles per hour, so that's pretty fast movement. And as we track that out for you, let's see if I can get that track to...
To clarify what Jamie means by what we're seeing on CC, it's a radar product that we have that we can track kind of a debris ball. And what we're seeing is really the potential of debris that's getting thrown up into the atmosphere enough that our radar site is able to detect it. So whatever, if that's tree limbs, if that's, God forbid, someone's house or roofs or shingles that are getting thrown up, that's what we're seeing right now on radar that has us so confident that this tornado is not only occurring in this area, but is very damaging and is very quickly approaching the Hartville area.
Yeah, so it's still located southwest of Hartville. Looks like if you live in and around Hartville, take shelter. I mean, it looks like this tornado is going to be making a run for your area. Looks like it'd be there in about 10 minutes. You need to take shelter, storm shelter, basement, lowest level of your home. There's still, every indication that we've still got a tornado on the ground, and that tornado appears to be located. And again, I keep waiting for a new scan to come in on
Jamie,
what I've got.
We've got another debris signature showing up in the Douglas County tornado storm.
Okay.
Down near Rome and Jackson Mill.
Okay, so I can tell you that we've got a tornado on the ground east of Jericho, tracking toward Hartville. So residents here in Wright County, from Jericho northeast up to Hartville, you're right in line for a tornado. This is the path that this tornado is going to take. So take shelter. Further south, again, looks like we've got maybe a new debris signature. This has already produced at least one tornado down near Bradleyville. It had weakened some, and now it appears that we've got maybe hints of another debris signature, and that would be. It looks like that would be east of Rome. So it looks like we've still got evidence that we. Yeah, it looks like this thing did produce a tornado. I mean, it looks like we have a pretty good. I can actually show this. We're going to loop this, and you can see it. Let's see this. There you go. See, folks, this is what we're looking at right there. That's a CC drop. What Matt was talking about, basically our radar is able to sense debris in the air. It can sense, and the way it knows that it's debris is because it's sensing all of these objects of different size. So the only way you're going to get, such a high degree of variability of sizes is by a tornado generating debris. So if you've got this coinciding with a strong circulation, that tells you that there's a tornado, even if there's nobody there to see it. So you can see that right there. That is the CC drop. That's the debris signature, and that is tracking roughly along the path of where that tornado tracked across southwestern Douglas County. It looks like the debris signature that's still on radar right now is kind of the leftovers. I think that tornado has lifted, but it looks like it did produce a tornado from Bradleyville into southwestern Douglas County. Also still watching this particular storm up and there. In that scan right there, and I'm going to stop this, in that scan right there, you can see this is what we're looking at. Northeast of Jericho, that's a significant CC drop. This is the debris signature that tells us that there's a tornado on the ground, a destructive tornado on the ground generating debris. And that's located northeast of Jericho. And again, it's tracking roughly toward the Hartville area. So I'm going to go back.
And Jamie, we have another debris signature showing up in the Marion County storm near Piatt, Arkansas. That'd be just to the west of Yaleville. And
Okay.
it lines up where the velocity signature is
Tell you what,
strongest
this
as
is
well.
how we're going to do this, guys. I want you to get on one storm, and then I'm going to get on a different storm. So we're going to kind of go back and forth.
New tornado warning just got issued south of Douglas County into Ozarks County, Jamie.
So the new tornado warning is for, you said, out of Douglas County into Ozark County?
Taney and Ozark County.
Okay.
And Ozark County.
Okay, we're going to go back to radar here. So, okay, I see it. That's for the Theodosia, Thornfield area. That radar indicated, but we've got several that are still confirmed tornadoes. I do want to hit on this storm down near the Yaleville area. That still looks to be a very serious looking storm. On radar right now, you can see there near Piatt. There it is right there. This is the circulation, very close to Piatt, and it looks like we've got a debris signature, as you said, with that one. Looks like that is just to the south of Highway 412 in the Piatt area. So I think we probably still have a tornado on the ground, and it may be very close to Highway 412 based on what I can see on radar right now. Looks like that tornado is east of Piatt on the ground. We did have a debris signature with that. Let's take a look, see what it looks like right now. You can see this is the debris signature right here, Piatt. So we had a tornado on the ground generating debris to the south of 412, and it looks like that tornado is now located roughly in that area to the north of 412. Let's see if I can get I got some city streets to pop up there. I'm going to zoom in on where this is located. It looks like it's pretty close to snow right now, and I would guess that that tornado again is located pretty close to Rita Road, County Road 3025 near Snow. So if you live on Rita Road, County Road 3025, this is roughly where that tornado is located, and that tornado appears to be tracking off to the north. It looks like east-northeast. We saw it. I think we first saw it kind of touch down near the Bellefonte area, and it looks like it is tracking east-northeast, and that's taking it across 412. Looks like it's going to stay a little south of Dodge City and north of Summit, but areas between Dodge City and Summit. Looks like we may have a tornado on the ground moving through those areas. Tom, what's another storm that we can hit on right now?
I want to give two pieces of good news. The tornado warning that was in Dade County, Lawrence County, National Weather Service, they're going to let that tornado warning expire. The rotation, the circulation, not as impressive as what it was before. The other piece of good news is the tornado that was on the ground in Wright County that is getting taken down from the considerable tag to just, well, a tornado warning that's still in effect. So still concerns about a tornado in that area, just the considerable tag has been ripped off of that system. So that's two positive news that we have going on. We still have 4 tornado warnings, and most of them are really kind of along or east of Highway 5. Most of that area right there is where we're starting to see circulation fire up.
Yeah, and going back to that Yellville storm, new tornado warning was issued for that particular storm. They got it moving east at 35. They got the tornado located pretty much over Piatt. And again, moving east at 35. It looks like, based on what I can see on radar right now, that circulation, that tornado, and I think it's still producing because I still see a significant debris signature. Looks like that tornado is now located east of Piatt. Looks like it is on very close to or just north of State Highway 125. So we're going to zoom in. This is where it appears that tornado is located, just to the north of Snow. And as we get in closer, we're going to get some roads to pop in for us. And this is roughly right there. County Road 3025, County Road 3024, County Road 3026. These are all roads in the vicinity of where this tornado is occurring right now. And this is again the big indicator. So far I don't know of any reports from people in the areas that these storms are occurring, but our radar can tell you whether or not it's producing a tornado. And when you see that right there, that hole in this sea of red right there, that is what we call a CC drop. That is a debris signature, and that is an indicator that there is a tornado, or at least there's been a tornado on the ground. And based on what I can see on radar, I think that tornado is probably still on the ground just north of Snow, just north of Highway 412, and it is tracking roughly in this fashion. So let's see if I'm going to point this out. It's moving roughly like this. So right now it's on the north side of Snow, and it looks like it is going to continue to track across areas of between Dodge City and Summit. So I think the movement on that was 35 miles per hour. So with that, we're looking at this thing being right about taking a course along this path. So again, it's in Snow right now, so I should have adjusted that. In fact, I think I can. Let's go ahead and adjust that downstream. Maybe we'll clear that out and do this again.
And Jamie, just real quick, want to jump in. That storm in Douglas County, that rotation has weakened significantly, and the rotation near Theodosia, the latest scan, is actually now just ticked up just a little bit. That'll be north of 160 to the west of Gainesville.
Yeah, and you can see that pretty nicely there to the northeast of Theodosia. This is the track on that storm near Yellville. Looks like here over the next 10 minutes it'll be passing north of Summit. So I think we've got a tornado on the ground. Looks like it's going to pass north of Summit over the next 10 minutes. If it stays on the ground, it will move north of Flippin, I think, in about 15 to 20 minutes. So again, we've still got a significant thunderstorm in Marion County that is still likely producing a tornado. All indications are on radar that it has been producing a tornado. In fact, I'll take you back in time, and you can see back when it was located between Bellefonte and Valley Springs. So this is 339. That's the CC drop. I want you to watch that as it continues to track.
And Jamie, to add
northeast.
what you're saying, the National Weather Service in Little Rock is saying that CC drop extends to 20,000 feet into the air.
Yeah, so
they're seeing that debris signature up 20,000 feet.
Yeah, so what that says is we had a tornado on the ground for a while, and it may have been a significant tornado, and it's lofted that debris way up into the atmosphere. And we've still got that debris signature here to the north of 412. That tornado is located right about in there, and it continues to track a little north of east. Again, that's going to take it north of Yellville north of Summit. And that's going to be, it should move across Highway 14 maybe over the next 10 minutes or so. So if you live particularly between Dodge City and Yellville, looks like a tornado is going to be tracking through that area. Kind of zooming in, looks like areas from, say, Georges Creek. I'm hoping I can get some streets to pop in. This is roughly in the vicinity of where that tornado is. Marion 3059, Marion County 3057, Billy Goat Trail, Hudspeth Lane. These are all roads that are in the path of this tornado. So if you live in any of those areas, if you live in the path of this tornado, please get into your tornado safe space, whether it's your tornado shelter, basement, lowest level of your home. You need to get, again, in that lowest portion of your home. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside of your home as possible. Kind of treat your home like it's a fortress against the wind and the debris of this tornado. And that tornado continues. I'm guessing that thing is still on the ground, and it is located, looks like, just based on what I can see here, looks like it's located pretty close to Marion County 3029 and State Highway 125. So that's roughly, and I'm gonna take this back over to our velocity data so we can see this. But you can see there's Highway 125, and it looks like it's located right about in here. So this is where the tornado is. There's Georges Creek. Looks like right on top of Highway 125. We've got a tornado crossing Highway 125 right now, moving a little north of east. Some areas that are close by, King Lane, Cedar Hill Lane. These are a couple of roads that are in the vicinity of this tornado. Marion County 3033. Again, it looks like this tornado is crossing Highway 125. This may be a situation where we've had a tornado on the ground for a while now. In fact, it looks like it touched down maybe between Bellefonte and Valley Springs. And I think that this thing has been on the ground since then, tracking across Marion County, passing
Jamie,
north of 412. Go ahead.
We're still looking at that one tornado-warned storm north of Theodosia. Now it's northeast of Theodosia, just to the west of Gainesville, north of 160. That circulation is still in play. That tornado warning continues. That direction would put it in the Wilhoit area, coming up probably the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, and I'm just trying to kind of take a quick peek at some of these other storms. We still have a tornado warned storm in the Hartville area. That circulation appears to be just southwest of Hartville. It does look much weaker. I can't say that. That's good news. Looking at the Dade County storm, that tornado warning has been lifted. And it looks like, really, I think the main storm that we're concerned about right now is the one near Theodosia, which is a radar-indicated tornado, not confirmed, but radar-indicated. So we're seeing the circulation. And then we've got this storm that is currently tracking through the Yellville area. It looks like that we've got two different areas of circulation. One was located to the north of Highway 125 to the west of Summit. So still seeing a circulation there, but it appears that we've got a new circulation that is developed to the southeast of Yellville. You can see that pretty nicely right here. So here's Yellville. This appears to be the new circulation. Here is the old circulation right here to the east-northeast of Piatt. I'm going to take this information off. I still see a debris signature with that circulation north of.
The Little Rock office down there is almost concerned about another tornado that's trying to happen in Yellville. Two areas of circulation that they're trying to pinpoint.
It's just southeast of Yellville.
They're highlighting kind of both areas that could be happening.
Yeah, so we've got, and like I said, we've still got a debris signature with this feature up here. So I think we've still got a tornado on the ground there, and it looks like here south of Yellville, we may have a new tornado developing to the south of Yellville. That is in the tornado warning. If you live here along 412, running east out of Yellville, south of 412, this is the general area that circulation is going to be moving through. Areas up toward Flippin, Cotter, Gassville. These are all communities that are going to be in the general path of these two circulations that we're tracking. One of them has been producing a tornado. We know that to the west of Summit. And I'll put this back on radar just so we can see what that looks like. So to the west of Summit. So we had a tornado on the ground. I think we still may have a tornado on the ground there to the west of Summit. But now we've got a new circulation that's showing up here to the east of Yellville. So that bears watching too. So we've got basically two different areas that we're watching very, very closely. One is located here, and then the other one is located up here to the west of Summit. I think the Summit circulation, I think that tornado, it may still be on the ground, but I do think it's starting to weaken based on what I can see here. But the circulation near Yellville, east of Yellville, that one appears to be taking off. Let's go ahead and track these. I'm going to go ahead and swap this back over to velocity data because I just want to get a better feel for the exact motion that these circulations. To track, just kind of looking at it, looks like it just recently developed. Looks like it's tracking a little north of east, so areas from Buffalo east over toward Cloverdale. These are areas that may be under the gun for a possible tornado. So if you live in this area of Dallas County, especially here along Highway 32 through Buffalo, take shelter now. Possible tornado circulation to the southwest of Buffalo. So we've got tornado warning now in Dallas County. Still got the tornado warning in Wright County for areas northeast of Hartville up toward Manus. We've still got the tornado warning that is in effect for Ozarks County. It looks like we've still got a pretty healthy looking circulation to the southwest of Beloit, west-northwest of Gainesville. That one's tracking northeast. And I'm going to go down, I'm going to take a look and see what this looks like here on a different radar product. Yeah, I mean, it's still showing up pretty nicely there. South of Notting Hill to the southwest of Beloit. Just looking at the latest scan I've got on radar, it looks like that circulation actually now is located just to the east-southeast of Beloit. So this is a bit of an old radar scan. So this circulation appears to be now located right about here. And it looks like it has now made its way east of Highway 5, just east of the Beloit area. I have not seen a CC drop, or I have not seen a debris signature with that particular storm. I think really still this is probably the most concerning storm here in Marion County going into Baxter County. We've got still a couple of different circulations. One is located near, looks like we've got a circulation pretty close to let's say Cotter, and we may have another circulation located a little further south. I don't have a town in that area, but southeast of Cotter. So kind of zooming in, looking at again a different source here. Looks like we've got, there's Cotter. It looks like we've got circulation there, and I'm not seeing a debris signature, but that circulation's still showing up. And, just because I don't see a debris signature doesn't mean that there's not a tornado occurring. I mean, we've seen these things develop very, very quickly. Also looks like, I'm going to say that right now, that's probably the area that I'm most concerned about, right there near Cotter. That appears to be the most suspect area, and that's going to move into the Gassville area. It looks like that circulation is kind of tracking down Highway 62. So if you live in Gassville, east of Cotter, down 62 through Gassville, take shelter. Looks like a tornado potentially with this storm. I mean, it's had a history producing tornadoes recently. Looks like at least a possible tornado in the Cotter area, and that will track up 62 across Gassville. So with that, that storm looks like it may continue to track right up Highway 412. Maybe up toward the Colfax area if it manages to hold together. So looking at radar right now, we've got just a slew of tornado warned storms. We've got Marion into Baxter. We've got the storm in Ozark County. We've still got this storm in Douglas County that bears watching. We've got the tornado warned storm in Wright County, and we've got the tornado warned storm in Dallas County, in the Buffalo area. And going back to that one, I mean, let's see what that one looks like right now. Really not seeing, I'm not seeing a significant circulation in that area. It's still tornado warned. It looks like we had it really tightened up briefly, and it's kind of interesting. I mean, it almost looks like that circulation tracks southeast. Looks like it tracked southeast and then crossed over. It looks like it crossed over. Let's see if I can get this to come in. It looks like it crossed over 65, a little south of Buffalo. So we may have had a tornado try to touch down there. In fact, there may even be signs of a debris signature there. But so this is what it looks like right now on velocity there to the south of Buffalo as it switches over. There's the circulation. You can see that pretty nicely right here. So Buffalo, 65. There's the circulation, and it's actually tracked off to the southeast, and it's now located. Looks like it's located right about in here. In the latest scan that I've got. So east of 65, south of Buffalo, still watching a circulation. And in the vicinity of that circulation, there's a hint of maybe a CC drop, maybe a debris signature. So we'll wait from the Weather Service office to get confirmation of that. But we had a small circulation. Looks like it's vanished in the last scan, but we had a small circulation cross Highway 65 south of the Buffalo area. And so we may have even had a brief tornado touch down there south of Buffalo, southeast to halfway, kind of in that southwestern corner of the polygon. And I'm going back over to our velocity data. So that circulation looks like it tracked roughly like that across Highway 65. Going back to radar here, again, that's one of several tornado warned storms. We still have the tornado warned storm in Wright County. Looking at the winds in that one, that's still showing up as a pretty healthy circulation, and that is located northeast of Hartville. You can see here's Manus, Hartville. This is the circulation right there, and that is tracking northeast. I'm going to say it's going northeast at about 35. I mean, that's been roughly the speed. This one's going northeast at 20, actually. So we'll track that out. That one is moving generally in the direction of Manus at 20. So if you live in Grimes Mill, looks like that's going to be in your area at 4:34 this morning, and it should be in the Manus area here along Highway 95 at about 4:45. So roughly another 25 minutes or so from now, should be up near Manus if it continues to hold together. Manus, Grimes Mill, under this tornado warning, you need to be taking precautions for a possible tornado. And you can see how that tornado warning, it's kind of triangular shaped. It extends up toward Competition, all the way down toward Ben Davis. So I think that's in anticipation of this circulation maybe trying to wrap up toward the north, or possibly even head off to the east, just to kind of play it safe. That whole area is under a tornado warning. I think at this stage of the game still, though, I think I'm most concerned about the storm that continues to track slowly out of Marion County and now into Baxter County. That storm, that one likely produced a tornado for a little while. From, again, the Bellefonte area between Bellefonte and Valley Springs was really when I think I saw the first evidence of a tornado touchdown, and it looked like that tornado stayed on the ground all the way to maybe west of Summit. It looks like maybe that one has lifted, but we've still got a pretty significant circulation showing up on radar to the east of Cotter. So we'll go ahead and kind of really tighten up that view there, and you can see Gassville. Looking at our wind fields, it looks like that circulation is located roughly about there. That's where I would put it. So west of Buford, southeast of Gassville. That looks to be the most suspect area for possible tornado, maybe extending up toward the Gassville area. Again, the circulation is kind of ebbed and flowed a little bit, but a little bit weaker right now. If you live, particularly I think along Highway, this would be Highway 62 from Gassville up toward the Mountain Home area. South of that, that's the area that I think is probably at most risk of a possible tornado from this thunderstorm. Right now that circulation is currently located just to the west of Buford and to the southeast of Gassville. Guys, any updates coming in over there?
Nothing yet. They've had a few, with these storms also comes a risk for some hail in some of these storms and some high winds along with that tornado risk. So, right here, this is the one near Willoit, north of Gainesville in Ozark County. And you can see again, there's some hail with these storms, some hail larger in other spots than this. But if you pair that with strong winds, especially down here, look at the bullseye of hail down in the northern Arkansas storm, Yellville, but to Gassville, to Mountain Home. You've got fast winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour mixed in there with a tornado possibly. And you put hail in there that big mixed with those high winds, it's just like throwing things around. It'll do a considerable amount of damage. Windows broken, that sort of things, in addition to the tornado risk.
And Tom, I want to point out that storm that you were just talking about near Willoit. It looks like we've very likely got a debris signature with that one. Looks like that's kind of popping up there east of Willoit, paired up very nicely with the circulation, really kind of zooming in on it. You can see that couplet, hoping that we can get some roads to kind of pop in there for us. But
and they did just make that a radar confirmed tornado warning.
So this is what we're looking at. So you see the circulation, and then there's the drop right there. So this is why we're pretty confident that we've got a tornado on the ground here just to the east of Willoit. I'm going to go back to our velocity data. That circulation is located, let's see if I can get some roads to just pop in for me. That circulation there is located over a very rural part of Ozark County. This is east of Willoit, east of Highway 5, south of Highway 95. That will continue to track, let's see, taking it back to Willoit. Looks like it's tracking roughly east-northeast. I think on the warning, we've got it moving northeast at 35. So that circulation, that tornado, and again, it looks like we've got a tornado occurring right now. It's going to be tracking roughly along this corridor. And so that's a lot of ground. That's going to take it across northeastern Ozark County over the next 10 to 20 minutes. It looks like that circulation could be pretty close to the county line here, Ozark and Douglas County line, at about 20 minutes or so from now. So roughly about 4:44 this morning, I think it's going to be pretty close to the county line. But it looks like we do have indeed a tornado on the ground. We're getting a debris signature. We're getting a pretty significant signature on radar right now, and just trying to get some County Road 150. Let's see here, County Road 149. These are a couple of roads that are in the vicinity, northeast of Willoit, in the vicinity of this tornado. And again, this is now a confirmed tornado. We've upgraded this tornado warning to a confirmed tornado, tracking northeast at 35 miles per hour. And we'll clear that information out.
And Jamie,
go ahead.
They have canceled, just a quick update for folks at home, they have canceled the tornado warning for Dallas County near Buffalo. That is no longer a risk.
Okay, and that's great news. This is going to be the rough path that circulation is going to want to take. So again, it should stay south of 95. Should continue to track away from Willoit. So the tornado threat is over in the Willoit area. Looks like that circulation again should be in about 20 minutes time up near the county line, and it may get pretty close to Dora. At this point, it looks like based on the motion that it's currently taking, it should stay just to the northwest and north of Dora. But if you live in Dora, especially because there's not a whole lot of communities between Willoit and Dora, but if you live in and around Dora, please take shelter. Possible tornado with this one. Right now, I think we have a tornado on the ground. It is radar confirmed, and it is tracking northeast at 35 miles per hour. So we've got a radar confirmed tornado here in northeastern Ozark County. Guys, this warning that's in eastern Douglas County, is that?
That's for the same storm.
They're running off that same storm?
The same
okay.
one, yeah.
Okay.
They may be suggesting maybe it's trying to go, maybe make a northerly turn, but that's for the same storm.
Okay. And looks like with the Baxter County storm, because this storm that's been tornado warned, in Marion County, it looks like the circulation is now east. It's east southeast of Gassville. It's now into Baxter County. They no longer have the confirmed tornado notation with this warning. So right now it's just a radar indicated tornado in Baxter County, meaning that the evidence that there's a tornado actually occurring has subsided, but that circulation's still there, so we could see it tighten back up and once again produce. We're still getting a pretty significant signature for a tornado here northeast of Beloit. And it looks like that's going to be located right on top of County Road 150, State Highway N here, north of Beloit, is roughly where that tornado is located. So I'm going to go back up to the north, and let's see if we can kind of highlight where I'm seeing that. Got to try to match things up as best I can. Looks like it's southwest of Brixie. Hopefully I can get some roads to kind of come in. Oh boy, kind of looking at different radar products here. Just kind of want to make sure I'm looking at the right things. But
okay, so Jamie, you were looking at parts of was it Douglas County near Van Zant?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're hinting at that circulation. So that tornado warning is still including. That does include the tornado in Ozark County. But it is worth watching that little circulation just to the southwest of Van Zandt. The Weather Service is looking at it as well, and they may change that warning to include for that circulation.
Okay, and still watching this other, it looks like we've still got a tornado on the ground here southwest of Brixie. I'm trying to match up some of these roads because I want to make sure I'm looking at the most up-to-date information, but I would put this tornado pretty close to County Road 150, County Road 146. Again, this is southwest of Brixie. County Road 150, County Road 146 is roughly where this tornado is occurring. Pretty close to State Highway N, County Road 158. These are all roads in the vicinity of where this tornado is occurring. Again, the scan that I'm showing you right now, it's probably about 5 minutes old. The latest scan, you can see we just got a new one that's come in. That latest scan, you can see it's located right there. So it was southwest of Brixie. Now it looks like it's located just to the southeast of Brixie, again tracking northeast, still south of Highway 95. The circulation has weakened some. There's still a debris signature, though, on radar. We could show you that. You can see that hole right there, that green that you see to the southeast of Brixie, that is the debris signature. And as we take it back in time, you can see it wasn't there, it's there, tracks northeast with the tornado, and currently southeast of Brixie is where we still have debris signature. It does look like that circulation, though, is weakening. So we may be seeing that tornado lifting now to the southeast of Brixie. But we're still seeing that debris signature, and they still got the confirmed tornado warning in effect for northeastern Ozark County. Going back up to Van Zant, looking for not seeing a tightening right now, just sort of a broad area of rotation, so that's good news. Looks like the Little Rock office has gone ahead and once again put, is that, I'm trying to see if that's an old tornado warning, the confirmed tornado warning. Or is that a new one? That's 422.
For a Little Rock office?
For the storm in Baxter County.
Okay, that's a radar indicated.
Radar indicated? So
yeah, that would have come out 422, about 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, so I've still got, trying to see what I'm looking at here. I've still got a purple box down there. That's why I was concerned that, so this warning right here they've gone ahead and highlighted in purple, so I didn't know if maybe they had gone ahead and kind of upgraded that warning once again. Bottom line is there's still a tornado warning in effect. That's for areas near Briarcliff especially. It looks like, this is kind of messy. We're going to go back over this view right here. Looks like that circulation is currently located very close to Briarcliff, located just to the northwest of Arcana, west of Ellis, southwest of Briarcliff. That is Highway 5. So it looks to me that we may have a developing tornado here located to the southwest of Briarcliff, located roughly about in here. That is tracking a little north of east. So that's going to be making its way across Highway 5, very close to Briarcliff, maybe a little north of Ellis. So here along Highway 5, this is the area that I'm concerned about right now for a potential tornado moving through. It looks like it's moving through roughly in this fashion. That circulation has tightened back up. In fact, I'm looking at a new scan where it looks like it has indeed tightened back up. That circulation located just about on top of Highway 5 to the south-southwest of Briarcliff. Let's see if our velocity data, if it's got a new scan for us to show you. And it kind of does. We'll clear that information out. Looks like, again, right about in, this is getting kind of messy, but like right about in there is where it appears that we have developing tornado. That is, again, very close to Highway 5. Trying to get some roads to pop in for us. Looks like this little spur, that's Unger, looks like Unger Trail. That is in the vicinity right here. Here's Highway 5, Unger Trail. Looks like the tornado would be located right about in here. And it is tracking a little north of east. Should be crossing Highway 5. We do have some communities to the east of Highway 5. Heron, it looks like Heron Creek, Hebrides Avenue, Rolling Lane, Scenic Drive. These are all streets that are roughly in the path of this possible tornado that's crossing now Highway 5, passing to the southeast of the Briarcliff area.
It's approaching an area, I got it pulled up on maps, Crestwood RV Park, which is a scary situation because an RV is absolutely not where you want to be, and I know we have a lot of people that are intense for this Memorial Day weekend, or even in RVs.
I'm going to guess that this thing is, I think we probably have another tornado touchdown because it looks like we've got another CC drop just to the southeast of Briarcliff. That coincides very, very nicely with a rapid intensification of the circulation right over those communities. So Matt, I'm going to go back over some of those areas that that circulation is located just to the east and southeast of Briarcliff. There's quite a few spots in there.
Yeah, I'm seeing a Crestwood RV Park. There's an auto repair shop in that area as well. Steve's Guide Services, a service that Google's pulling up into that area. Really, that RV park is the biggest thing I have concern about. I think that's kind of on the leading edge of where this is going to move into that area. It's just a place for not great shelter that's going to be taking place as well.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, so you can see Highway 5 here, Briarcliff up here. These are the communities that are being impacted right now. It's those areas that this circulation is moving through right now. This is where I'm seeing a CC drop or debris signature. So I think we may have a tornado on the ground again here east of Highway 5, passing to the southeast of Briarcliff. We'll see if we can get confirmation from the Little Rock office, but that appears to be what's happening right now. And again, you can see right there between Briarcliff and Ellis is where we've got a very strong circulation showing up. And that is crossing through, again, all of those roads and areas that Matt was listing earlier. Just kind of zooming back in. Scenic Drive, let's see if we can get real tight in here. Scenic Drive, Berghead Drive, Shoal Creek Road. These are all roads that are in the vicinity of where this tornado is occurring right now. And I think we do have a tornado on the ground. Looks like we have a CC drop right there in that vicinity. Let's see if our latest velocity image will show that circulation. I mean, it is really tightened up, and it's now located northeast of Briarcliff. So
Very quickly approaching the lake that's out there, Norfolk Lake.
Norfolk Lake. Okay.
Very quickly approaching that area. There's marinas out there.
Yeah.
There's resorts out there. Probably people camping for this Memorial Day weekend, all into that area.
Yeah, and right now I think that tornado is approaching Sycamore Springs Road. I think it's probably moving across Sycamore Springs Road right now.
Sycamore Spring is right on the lake, Jamie, so it's about to be crossing over the lake.
Yeah, and then we've got some other roads, Applewood Lane.
And that is now a confirmed tornado warning from the office.
Yeah. And that's because, I mean, we can see the CC drop. I'm hoping that I'm able to show that. Again, that's still old.
And it's moving fast. The new warning says moving east at 50 miles per hour.
Okay, so this is getting a little messy. Sometimes our radar software that we're able to show on air gets a little wonky, and I think it's doing that right now. But these hot pinks are actually blues on a different radar source, and that means that we've got very strong inbound winds here, very strong outbound winds. This is the tornado. I'll swap it over with the debris signature, and you can kind of see it there. It looks a lot more impressive on a separate source that I have, but that debris signature is now located to the northeast of Briarcliff. So I think we've had a tornado move across Highway 5 and impact communities south and east of Briarcliff, and now it looks like, as Matt mentioned, maybe moving across Norfolk Lake, and it looks like that tornado is currently located very close to Sycamore Springs Road.
And Jamie, real fast, the storms over in Douglas County, Ozark County, that rotation is weekend. The warnings are still in place, but they may not be there for much longer. That is weekend. Wright County's tornado warning is gone. So I think the storm you're on right now is probably the only one worth watching.
Yeah, and you know, here's what I'm a little concerned about. So the warning that we have right now actually extends well east over toward Fulton County, but it looks like this circulation, this one, is kind of wrapping more toward the northeast. So it looks like it's generally kind of moving in this fashion, like this. So areas a little further, you know, maybe that initially thought that maybe they were kind of out of line, maybe in line for this tornado. So this is, again, it's over the west end. It looks like it's over the west end of Norfolk Lake. The Sycamore Springs Trail is probably the one road that I can really get to show up in the vicinity of where this tornado is likely occurring. Kind of zooming in. So again,
Sycamore Springs is right on the lake, Jamie. So
yeah.
It's probably crossing over the lake right now before it gets back to the other side.
Right, and north of that, we do have some other roads that are probably going to be in the path of this tornado. County Road 139 looks to be kind of in line. And as you said, Matt, I think based on what I can see on radar right now, it looks like it is over the lake, and it looks like
County Road 139 is on the other side of the lake. So once it gets to there, it's crossed over.
And Jamie, it does look like it's starting to maybe make that northeasterly tilt a little bit in its direction. And so the newest warning that came out from the Little Rock office also suggests that they've pointed a little farther northeast, more towards Salem.
Okay. Bluff Lane, Diamond Bay Road. These are a couple of roads that are going to be in the vicinity of this tornado. Looks like it's going to be tracking maybe across the tip of Bluff Lane up toward Diamond Bay Road. So if you live in those areas on Norfolk Lake, you need to be taking shelter. It looks like we do have a tornado moving across the lake. I think it's been a destructive tornado, probably passing to the southeast of Briarcliff, and now it's moving across Norfolk Lake, and we're still seeing a pretty significant debris signature with it northeast of Briarcliff.
And Jimmy, I want to point out also, obviously, the debris ball you're talking about, people have probably, had some damage, maybe lost some structure. They might be outside trying to make some reconnaissance of this, but looking back to the west, there's another severe thunderstorm coming in right on its heels, and so maybe don't go outside just quite yet as more rain, lightning, thunder, and hail is moving in with fast winds now. Out of southern Missouri into northern Boone County, getting into parts of Marion County here very quickly, moving east towards Mountain Home.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about how I was taking that northeastward jog, and I'm sorry if I there is a new tornado warning out This is for areas up toward Gamelia. It doesn't include Gamelia, but up toward Gamelia, east over towards Sturkey, kind of running along Highway 412. I think the main concern for me here, places like Henderson, maybe over toward Ruth. If you live in those communities, take shelter. This appears to be a tornado that has been on the ground and I think may still be on the ground. Circulation is tracking more toward the northeast. I think we may be able to keep it east of Henderson, but areas between Henderson and Ruth may be under the gun. Right now, it looks like County Road 94, trying to get some Center Creek, County Road 857. These are all pretty close to where this tornado is likely occurring. Go ahead.
And I'm doing some site, and I can see the CC drop, the debris ball that we're talking about. It's being estimated to be having debris lofted roughly 10,000 feet into the air with this system, and our geo kind of the system that we use kind of off screen to EF3 tornado. That's just a ballpark estimate, but kind of adds the credibility of the size, the potential damage that this system is having as it's sweeping across.
Yeah. So I mean, our radar software, it can run algorithms that will show us, based on just different things, the velocity data, debris, all of those components will give us an indicator of how strong potentially this is, saying that the algorithm is saying that it could possibly be up to EF3 strength, which is in excess of 120 mile per hour winds, if that's the case. So at the very least, it looks southeast of Briarcliff, and I think that that damage probably continued across western Norfolk Lake. It still looks like we've got a bit of a debris signature with it. The circulation, I mean, Woods Point Road, Duck Pond Lane, Hand Cove Road. These are roads that are in the vicinity of where this tornado is still occurring. If you live it looks like it's kind of heading in the general direction of maybe Ruth or west of Ruth. That little crook in the highway right there on the county line. That appears to be kind of the trajectory that it's taking. So it's located here. Again, communities like Ruth or areas where we've got people living there south of Ruth, possibly a tornado moving through right now. It certainly looks like a tornado on the ground, and I think we're still getting indicates that it's still producing. And that circulation is now located just to the southwest of Ruth. I would put it right about in here to the tracking roughly in this fashion. So areas, especially here along Highway 412 around Ruth, take shelter. You've only got a few minutes. Looks like you'll have a tornado probably moving through your community. Still getting. There is a debris signature with it. Still a strong circulation. So everything points to there still being a tornado on the ground, moving in the general direction of Ruth. And we're trying to highlight some of these roads that it's nearby. Foxcroft Lane, County Road 33.
There's a T&K convenience store in that rough general area. Gep Fire Department is also kind of in this rough ballpark area. This is where we're expecting most of this activity to be.
Golly, it's of course we're sitting at almost 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just hoping that the folks are getting the warnings in that area, because this has been a danger. This storm right here has been a dangerous tornado after tornado after tornado from Oklahoma now across northern Arkansas, and it's only one of several likely tornadic thunderstorms in our area tonight. We've had near Bradleyville evidence of a tornado touchdown southwest of Hartville near the Jericho area, evidence of a tornado touchdown in southwestern Dade County. So there have been spots where we've had, and with that, folks that are, as we approach sunrise, folks are probably going to be getting out and assessing what has moved through their area. And I would caution you to be very careful because there may be debris that's scattered in the yard or in the roads. especially in the areas where we've had these tornadic thunderstorms move through. And you know, if you got a down power line, that is extremely dangerous to be around. To be very cautious when they do get out. Make sure that you have, you know, you got to put those tennis shoes on when you get out. You don't want to just run out because you don't want to step up on nails and things like that if you're in an area generated, especially by some of these storms.
And something I want to mention is I have seen confirmed reports of power lines down in Berry County, and that's an area that didn't even have a tornado warning. We just had very fast winds that moved across our area, and Taney County got a report of all size that occurred. So many people tonight saw that tornado threat, but just about everyone saw the thunderstorms, the fast winds, the large hail, the heavy rains that has been impacting just about everyone into the Ozarks.
Yeah, and you know, going back to the storm here in Fulton County, still looks like a circulation here on Hand Cove Road. It looks like it's located right about in there, and still seeing evidence of a debris signature. And I'm hoping I'm going to get an updated. Yep, there it is right there. This is a debris signature. So I think we've still got a tornado occurring right there on top of Hand Cove Road, and that's looks like it's going to continue to kind of track down that road in the general direction of Ruth. Frames, so you can see what we're seeing, and you can see right in there. I don't know if you can see that dark blue area here to the east-northeast of Briarcliff. I mean, that's a debris signature, and then that has now shifted up toward Ruth. And it still looks like we've got likely a tornado on the ground. And that debris signature now is located here on top of Hand Cove Road. As far as the wind data, you can see where it's located. This is the tornado right here, and it's tracking roughly in this fashion. Ruth, this would be in the vicinity also of Highway 412 around Ruth, along Hand Cove Road. Stay in your tornado safe space. Looks like we've got a tornado on the ground still, and it's going to be tracking general areas. Kind of tracking out. Looks like now, just kind of looking at the latest scan.
Did you see the tornado warning in Howell County?
I've not seen that one yet, so let's go there on your computer.
Yes, I can go on Max.
Why don't you go ahead and talk about that, and I'll keep looking at the storm that we've got moving across Baxter County.
Yeah, we just have a new tornado warning issued for really the northeastern portion of Howell County. Let me get the details on this. It's going to be warning, and hail size. Hail's not really the main concern with this. It's the possible circulation that could be spinning up. If I can flip it over to a velocity view, you can start to see where that potential circulation is, and yeah, right there, just to the south of Sonoma. Start to see that area of rotation. Let me pull out the pointer so I can point it out for you guys. Right in here. Pull up the pointer. Yeah, right in here, you can start to see that area of rotation that's beginning to tighten up. That has caused them to issue the off into the northeast. Let me get the speed of this. Is moving fast mover northeast at 45 miles per hour. We can begin to plot this out, and you can really see what areas are going to be impacted by this. We have the system 7. So I mean, Mountain View is going to be downrange from this. Highway 60 is going to be downrange from this system as it's going to be moving very quickly off to the northeast. It's that tight area that we have north of the state line.
You know, and Matt, going back to that storm, and looks like it's now getting into western Fulton County. Taking a little bit more of a jog to the east. I think we still probably have a tornado on the ground. That circulation is located right about in here. So here's Center Point Loop, and you can see 87 off to the east. This is where it looks like it's kind of tracking a little bit more east than it had been. Just, you know, kind of highlighting some of those roads in that area. Trying to get another road to kind of show up for me. County Road 9, that tornado is. So kind of moving this down a little bit. You've got Ruth just to the north. So here's Ruth Road, and it looks like this is where the tornado is located. Right about in there, and it is tracking 87. You know, kind of zooming in on this. See if we can get any other. There's Ruth Road, Center Point Loop, These are the roads that are showing up. Flipper Lane, kind of in the vicinity of tracking east-northeast. Still getting a debris signature too, so that's why I'm concerned that we still have a tornado on the ground. And looks like that here in the last scan. Looks like that's Highway 87. It looks like it's kind of in the vicinity now of Highway 87, just to the west, and to the very close to Woodstock Circle, roughly where we're at. So just kind of looking at, again, looking off camera at a different radar source, because that one's updating a little bit faster than the one that we've got on air. But you can still see it. I mean, this is still, I think, have a tornado on the ground. Looking at our debris signature, it's still indicating that we've got a tornado lofting debris into the air, and looks like that is crossing right now Highway 87. So it looks like it is crossing Highway 87 right now, and that's roughly in the vicinity here of Elizabeth, and to the south, right there on Highway 87, roughly right about in there. I'll put this on. I think that'll give us a better indication. And you can see it right in here. That's the tornado. Still getting a debris signature with it, and that east-northeast. I think it's still moving about 35 miles per hour. So looking at that, they've got it moving, I think, east at 50. So if that's the case, I mean, what I'm going to do is, instead of I'm going to just kind of draw out the path that it looks like this is taking right now. It looks like it's moving roughly in this fashion. So with that, I mean, that's going to make it cross Highway 87. Looks like 412 for a little while, and then that circulation generally is going to be kind of moving in this fashion through this area. So looks like it did pass to the southeast of Ruth. Looks like it's passing north of Elizabeth. It's going to pass areas further east into central Fulton County. Especially as you approach maybe the Viola area, certainly in and around Viola, I would really watch this circulation. It still looks like it's, and that circulation is kind of heading in your direction. So hopefully it weakens. Right now, though, we're still tracking it. It looks like the tornado threat, though, I can say it looks like the tornado threat ended in Henderson and Ellis. I mean, all these communities still technically under a warning, or at least what I can see on our computer. It may have been lifted already by the Weather Service office, but I can tell you that the tornado threat has ended for all of these areas now located further downstream into Fulton County. And earlier, Matt was watching.
Yeah, Jamie, before we go to the activity in Howe County, if we can flip over to Max 2, I want to draw attention to what's happening in Bull Shoals Lake. I'm not expecting very fast winds are approaching the lake. Wind gusts somewhere between 60 to 70 miles per hour starting to push into this area. And this is once again an area that we have a lot of campers out for Memorial Day weekend, that God forbid someone's trying to ride the storm out in a tent or an RV. Very fast winds are starting to bring into Bull Shores. That's not tornado warned. It's just fast straight line winds are going to be in play. But we do have a tornado warning that is going on in Howe County, along with some thunderstorms that are starting to push off to the east. Really, most of that activity is east of Highway 65 right now, Jamie.
I mean, outside of the tornado warned storms, Matt was showing this activity right here. I mean, that signature right there, that is a signature for strong winds. You can see we've got a little bit of a calm ahead right there, so we've probably got a little circulation on maybe the county line there of Taney County and Ozark County, but south of there, that bowing portion of the line kind of surging off toward the east-southeast toward the Mountain Home area. Strong winds with that, and area, Norfolk Lake. We've still got a couple of different tornado warned storms. The main one has to be this one that's in Fulton County. This storm has had a history of producing tornadoes, and it looks like it's had a history of producing tornadoes. I mean, we were watching it in Oklahoma do it. We were watching it in Benton County producing tornadoes, and now it looks like it's been producing tornadoes in our area here in north central Arkansas. That storm. Still tornado warned over Fulton County. It has once again weakened. The overall structure of the storm also looks a little more disorganized. good news. Hopefully that is a trend that continues. Still looking at some tornado. As we stop this, you can see moving into the Mountain View area. We've still got this cluster of thunderstorms. When we look at the velocity data here, and it's going to swap over, strong circulation. I mean, we've had quite a few storms where it's like that is a strong circulation, and then there's even further evidence that it's a tornado. I don't see that right now with this particular storm here in the Mountain View. Kind of looking at a different product just to make sure I'm not missing anything at this stage of the game. I don't see much there in northeastern Howell County, and I hope that trend does. The most concerning storm, still Fulton County, Arkansas. It's still tornado warned. Not seeing here in the last scan, I am seeing that circulation kind of pop back up again. Let's see here. We're going to swap back over. It looks like it's located east of. There we go. You can see that right there. So we've still got this little notch, and right there is where we've got a circulation. That's to them. I'm not seeing a debris signature right now. That's good news, but I am still seeing a pretty good couplet. Let's see if we've got some updated wind data here, and that's not updated. It looks like that circulation is currently located. We just got a new scan right there. That circulation is located here to the southwest of Salem. Just kind of looking at this, County Road 190. County Road 22. Looking to see if I can get something else to pop up for me. County Road 27, Harmony, Wheeling Road. These are roads that are in the vicinity. In fact, you can see Wheeling right there. Those are in the vicinity of where the circulation is. I don't see a debris signature, but I still see a circulation. And it's still relative distance away from our radar site here in Springfield, and we're now hitting that storm at about 7,000 feet. So it's I mean, we're looking at about 1.5 miles off the surface at what's going on in that storm. But at least at that height, and that rotation is kind of centered over just to the west and northwest of Wheeling, tracking off to the northeast. So that is going to be making its way into Salem here. So if you live in and around Salem, you want to continue to take shelter. You're still under a tornado warning. In fact, that tornado warning extends east, across almost all of Fulton County. As far as the track of it, and I mean, they had the motion on this thing east, moving northeast at 40. So with that, I mean, we're looking and probably up near Mammoth Springs in about 30 minutes. So right now it looks like on its course, it's going to be very close to Salem a little after 5 o'clock. So maybe about 5 to 6 minutes or so from now. And then from there, we're going to find that possible tornado making its way across eastern Fulton County, pretty close to camp at about 5:15, and then Fryette at about 5:24. You can see just downstream from there. We've got maybe 35 minutes or so from now, based on the current movement of that circulation. The storm itself, though, is generally tracking off to the east. In fact, as we clear out this data, I'm gonna broaden out the view a little bit, and you can see what this storm has looked like over the last hour. And you can see generally, there it is, making its way east. Just south of the state, that thunderstorm, there are things that are happening within the thunderstorm that are causing these circulations to kind of wrap off to the northeast, and that's why we've seen that, as opposed to the movement of the storm itself moving east. We've seen circulations at times pushing off to the northeast. You can see west of where we have that tornado warning in Fulton County, we have that severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, that signature right there, I mean, that screams to me strong winds. Let's see if we got anything going on there north of Gainesville.
Hey, Jamie, real fast, they have canceled all the tornado warnings, as far as I know, across Howell County and Okay, so we have a view here from the RDOT cameras also upstairs from Norfolk Lake. This is looking towards the west. You can see a lot of lightning in the background. Every now and then the lightning will flash. You can see some kind of lowering.
It's pretty much nonstop.
Nonstop, yeah. The tornado warning storm you're talking about would be the backwards view from this camera. This is looking across the lake to the west of that next round of storms coming in. So if you've been impacted by the storms, just be mindful. If you run outside to assess damage, do a little reconnoitering, make sure because another wave of storms is coming in. No tornadoes with that one, but real fast winds with this next wave.
Yeah, you were talking about that. Take a look. I mean, we could show you what the winds look like on radar, and they look significant. Moving through the Bull Shoals area, it looks like those winds are still likely strong in the Bull Shoals area. But this is that surge of winds with that line of thunderstorms, and that's going to continue to press off to the east-southeast toward the mountain home area. I'm guessing that and I don't know what the warning has, looking at wind speeds on the order of around 60 to 70 miles per hour with this line that's now pushed across Bull Shoals.
That is for, yeah, they say 60. I wouldn't be surprised if it was closer to 60.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of looking at, folks, these are very strong winds, and that's going to continue to kind of press off to the east-southeast over toward the Whiteville area. So, I mean, we're going to get some strong winds in our Arcawana, Whiteville, and probably into the mountain home area, and those areas of damaging winds, maybe in excess of 60 miles per hour.
And so, Jamie, I just queried the data on our radar here, and this is again several thousand feet up above the ground, but the radar is indicating maybe closer to 80 or 90.
I mean, you drop that down a little bit because of friction, but yeah, I mean, it's not too far off that mark. So yeah, damaging winds with that. Still looking at, you had the gate shear pulled up. Still looking at tornado warnings. That storm does look weaker, but you know, it's still got all the hallmarks. I mean, you got that inflow notch right there. This is where that circulation is located there to the southwest of Salem. It's just a little bit old. Hoping to get a new one here pretty soon. But the circulation with that storm appears to be just to the south-southwest. Doesn't look very strong, but it appears to be just to the south-southwest of Salem, right about in there. So it's located right on top of Highway 9, running southwest away from Salem. Is approximately where possible tornado would be located. I say possible because at this stage I don't see any evidence to see the circulation, and we're hitting that storm pretty high up now at about 7,400 feet. So not real sure what's going on closer to the surface, but it does still have a strong circulation, high atmosphere. Not seeing a debris signature I mean, this storm has had a history. I mean, we're getting now close to sunrise, and I think what we're going to find today is that there are quite a few spots that had some tornado damage overnight last night. I mean, we're not done with the severe weather risk. We've still got this supercell moving across Fulton County. Still some tornado potential with that just south of Salem. We've got damaging wind potential with that little comma head and line direction right there, but not too worried about it. But I am worried about these strong winds with that bowing portion of the line. And then further northeast, we've still got these clusters of storms, not shown here, up toward Highway 54. And that's going to be dropping southeast across the area through mid-morning. At this point, I don't know that we're going to see a lot of severe weather with it. I think everything's central Missouri and north central Arkansas. To be honest, I mean, the storms that we've had go through tonight have worked over the atmosphere, at least north of the state line. But notice to the south of the state line and towards southeast Missouri here into a reservoir of storm fuel. And this is what's keeping these storms going. This is what's helping to keep them severe. We have a lot of instability still here across northern areas of Arkansas and into southeast Missouri. So that's going to continue, I think, at least across those areas. Now, further north, you can see how the instability levels really drop off. And that's because we've had a lot of thunderstorm activity, and it's really kind of worked over the atmosphere. So I think the risk for severe weather is diminishing, but it does continue, I think, here along and south of the state line into southeast Missouri. And you know, later today, folks, I mean, this is just, you know, tonight's round or this morning's round. We are looking storms and even a low risk for tornadoes, I think, with these storms later this afternoon going into this evening. We are going to get a break. We're going to get a lull from probably about mid-morning, say about 9 o'clock in the morning, through say about 3 o'clock, 2, 3. So we are going to have, I think, additional risk for severe storms. I think the primary risk is going to be for large hail, kind of like what we had back on Friday. But the wind fields are pretty strong. And so we may see a storm or two that I don't think that what we get later today is going to match what we've had this Saturday night now into this Sunday morning. This has been one of the bigger outbreaks of severe weather that our area has had, probably, say maybe going back to about 2019. So maybe in about 5 years. Of course, you remember back to 2019. If you were here, we had several big outbreaks. One particularly in late April, but it looks like, and it looks like we've had probably several tornado touchdowns in our area, southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, particularly with this storm here, this lead supercell that's currently over the Salem. Again, seeing evidence of a circulation with it. That circulation is kind of focused east and southeast of Salem. So areas west of Salem, it looks like the tornado risk has ended, but east of eastern Fulton County, as that storm continues to track off to the east, about 40 miles per hour. The circulation itself, it still appears to be kind of tracking northeast, kind of skirt on across. Let's see what we got here. Skirt on across 62 and get north of 62 over the next 5 minutes or so. Matt, any news coming in from the Weather Service offices?
National Weather Thunderstorm warning for Howell in Oregon County. The concern, fast winds are going to be in play. Not tornadic winds, but just wind gusts that can be 70 miles per hour, half-dollar sized hail. They're seeing a broad area of circulation kind of in Howell, Oregon County, for it to become a tornado warning, and hopefully that does not happen.
I think we're going to go over to Tom. I think Tom has some information to show us, I think, in regard to how long this supercell has lasted.
Yeah, we had this on earlier in the evening. If you missed it, we'll go ahead. Near I-35 in central Oklahoma. Here it is, right there. It tracked nearly 300 miles to where it is now. And it's not done yet, folks. It's still going. That produced a swath of damage from I-35 in Oklahoma, 300 miles. It began around 9 p.m. last night, and now it's about 5 a.m. here in Springfield. So, hey, it's working 9 to 5, right? This is a busy, busy storm coming through from I-35 all the way. Several tornadoes confirmed with this, including across northern Arkansas. The trend, though, has been a weakening trend, or at least it's weaker than what it was to begin with. We'll give you that. And I just want to point that out. It's a long-track storm produced at a...
Yeah, and you're talking about that. We're talking about that one lead supercell moving across Fulton County right now. New tornado warning just got issued. And I was just going to hit on this. Here on the leading edge of the zone up now to the northeast of Mountain Home. And we now have a new tornado warning, and that is in effect for areas east of Mountain Home across Henderson along Highway 412. So areas here in East County, this is a new tornado warning. This is for this line of severe thunderstorms that's coming in with damaging winds. And it looks like we now have a circulation which is developed here to the northeast up there. I'll go ahead and kind of draw it on. But this is the circulation that is showing up on radar. And that is now, this is a little bit of an old scan, but that's the circulation. I'm going to clear this data off. Circulation is now. It looks like it is now located just to the southeast of Henderson. So looks like we may have at least the possibility of a tornado. This is radar indicated, not confirmed, but radar indicated. We've got a circulation which is tracking south of Henderson. This is in association with that severe line of thunderstorms which is now pushing across Baxter County and Marion County. See that little hint of a nub right there, right in here. This is where the circulation is currently located, just to the south of Henderson. So again, you're watching around the Henderson area. This is a new tornado warning for Henderson. and this extends east into western Fulton County. The circulation appears to be tracking rough, not northeast, but maybe a little north of east. Go ahead.
And if we can go to really the tower cam that we have in this area for Norfolk Lake, you can see it coming down hard in this area. Trees are whipping back and forth. On Norfolk Lake and Henderson looking south, Jamie, this is the area we are concerned about. Look at the conditions.
Yeah, let's kind of keep looking at that. I mean, you can't even see across the bridge because the rain is coming down so hard. And look at the lightning non-stop, and that's absolutely the case. And oftentimes, you don't see this level of movement in the trees, even when you've got strong winds blowing through. So just kind of seeing the movement of the trees and the flashes. These are very strong winds moving. Look at that tree right there on the left. You could see it sometimes kind of blow over. Looks like it almost blows over toward the highway there. And so, I mean, that's an indication. I mean, we've got some very strong winds. I mean, you can't look at that. You can't see across the bridge. I mean, we're also kind of losing that data because of the intensity of this storm that's moving across that area. And of course, this is a big weekend for camping. And I really hope, given the storms that we've had tonight, that people have heeded the warnings that have been issued and had that plan of action in place to take if they did indeed encounter.
You really hope no one in this situation is out there in a tent, out there in an RV of what this is coming through. I mean, we lost the camera. Yeah,
we lost the camera, and those winds that you saw right there. I mean, the winds that we're getting out of this line of south of now east of Henderson. Those are the types of winds. I mean, if they hit a camper the right way, crosswinds, if they hit a camper the right way, they can rock them up. This has been a dangerous night, a really bad night to have so much severe weather, given all of the outdoor activities that people have tried to undertake. It was a beautiful day today. You get to tonight morning, and the circulation here east of Henderson, located on Highway 412, that looks like that's going to continue to kind of move down the highway there. So again, the tornado risk is down Highway 412 toward Ruth. Looks like the tornado risk now is east of Henderson. And don't want to forget about what's going on over in Fulton County. I mean, we've still got indications that there's a circulation with it south of Camp. It's still tornado warned. And that circulation continues to track roughly, we'll say east-northeast. Let's see if I can get that. So the circulation is there. It's tracking roughly in this fashion. So, areas in north central Fulton County, northeast Fulton County, generally near and south of Highway 9, possible. And it looks like it may get pretty close to Mammoth Spring. So there on the Missouri side of the state line, Mammoth Spring, right on the state line. Looks like this circulation is going to get it will be a close call. And again, this has probably been the most prolific tornado producer, most dangerous storm that we've had out of the entire group. So heed the warning, take precautions, especially in areas along and south of Highway 9.
Jamie, real quick, I just want to point out the tornado watch has been allowed to expire, west of Highway 65 generally. Mm-hmm. But folks, east of Highway 65, still included in that tornado watch, and I haven't seen an update on that, but it's still in play east of Highway 65. And so you might be seeing some rain and storms now, places like Shannon, Denton County, Howell County still. No warnings there, and that doesn't look too intense, but we're still hanging on to that 20 in points eastward.
And so you're talking about kind of that western edge of the watch. I mean, we've got a warning right there on that western edge with that line of severe storms. This is the circulation that we've been tracking with that line. It's east of Henderson. It looks like it's located right on top. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in. Looks like it's located right on top of, let's say, the right spot here.
And Jamie, it's your thunderstorm warning now for Shannon County.
For Shannon?
Near Winona, I think. No.
Winona?
I think so. It might just be a little southwest of there where they're looking at. But they have a tornado possible tag associated with it.
Okay. Wanted to go that was east of Henderson. Got a new scan. It's west of Gep. This is kind of messy. I have to go with what I got that I can show on air. But this is the vicinity of where that circulation is. So Oak Ridge Drive, and it appears that the circulation is roughly over this area, and it continues to track roughly east. So the next roads that might be in the path of that Stonefield Trail, areas northwest of Gep. Those are going to be the locations kind of in line for where that circulation is going to go. Showing up, on radar. Likely not a true supercell type tornado. Sometimes when you get these squall lines and they surge out, where the winds in the atmosphere are kind of punching into the backside of that surge, just near and north of there, develop. And then those eddies can get tapped into by the updraft of that line of storms and get stretched. And you get these quick, brief tornadoes. They're typically not very strong, but you can get a lot of them. Right now, it just appears to be this one circulation. And you see in the next scan how that circulation is now located here to the east of Ruth. And we're still getting, outside of that, these are some very strong winds. Matt was showing us a camera out of Norfolk Lake. And you couldn't see across the lake. You couldn't see across the bridge because the intensity of the rain was that great. The winds were blowing the trees violently on either side of the highway where you could see it. And then we lost the signal. We don't know what happened at that point.
And that camera signal is still not back.
Yeah.
So we don't know. We saw that, and now all that activity has moved across the lake. It's now on the east side of the lake. That's where we're starting to see that tornado potential.
Yeah, it's possible that the camera got hit by a limb or something, but before that happened, the trees, you could see them. The tops of those trees were just back and forth, and the lightning was incredible. It was just nonstop. That circulation, the surge of wind. This is that surge of wind right here, and that's pushing across the remainder of Baxter County, I should say. It's moving across Norfolk Lake. And it looks like it's now getting into southwestern, flowing across the Wild Cherry area. Just on the northern edge of that, you can see we've still got this circulation just to the east of Ruth. And that is going to, looks like that's going to continue to track down the highway in the June. So Viola is kind of on the eastern edge of this tornado warning, and it looks like that circulation really hasn't weakened. It's still maintained itself. So we may see.
We now have a tornado warning issued for parts of Shannon County. I just checked radar. It's about 8,000 feet off the ground for that circulation because you're over 100 miles away from the nearest radar. So it's pretty high out, and Birch Tree spot just to the south of Eminence.
Yeah, and that is it's a fairly strong. at that level, you're right. We're looking at almost 8,000 feet. That circulation is located to the east of Birch Tree. That is Highway 60. I've traveled that route a bunch of times, and there's not a lot between Birch Tree and Winona, but there are some. Occasionally, we'll have some houses in there. So again, folks, if you live here in this stretch between Birch Tree and Lake Shelter, we are seeing indications of a strengthening circulation, at least higher up in the storm, and this may be an indicator that we've got a tornado trying to develop. There have been other storms tonight. Again, a possible tornado now located east of Birch Tree, and that circulation is going to continue to track. Let's see if I can take this back in time.
Northeast at 55, Jamie.
You said northeast at 55?
Northeast at 50.
Back. At one point there was a very strong signature, at least on the wind south of Birch Tree. That signature is still there, but maybe not quite as strong. But yeah, I haven't tracked it out. What you just saw there is it tried to swap Springfield out for, I think, the St. Louis area. It gets out, the way this thing is set up, sometimes it gets a little messy that way. It just depends on how close you are. It just depends on how close you are to the radar site. Going to track this out for you. That is located again a little northeast of Birch Tree, and tracking pretty quickly northeast at 55 miles per hour. I don't know. That'll give you a pretty good idea there, though. Looks like maybe up near Munsell at 5:35 this morning. I think the circulation does remain north of 60 and probably north of looks like it may be in that area in about 10 minutes. And then from there, it'll track east of Highway 19 and continue across easternmost Shannon County, east of the, pretty healthy looking circulation right there to the northeast of Birch Tree showing up on radar. That circulation in the last scan that I've got to look at, that circulation between Birch Tree and Winona appears to be roughly about in this area right here. Again, tracking northeast at 55 miles per hour. Guys, what we've
I've been seeing mostly the damage reports have been in northern Arkansas, where I've seen a good amount of reports starting to flood in. And that just makes sense because that system has been moving from really the west of Tulsa and just Rogers, Arkansas. That's where really the bulk of damages have been in. The rest of the damage reports have really been kind of sprinkled into the mix. And I think a big reason why we're not seeing as much is, well, the sun hasn't come up. I imagine we're going to see a whole lot more. Tom has it, plotted out on Max 2, where you can see some of the reports that came in. Good amount of hail, especially around the Branson area. I
also want to point out, Jamie, that the northern Arkansas mostly reports of power outages. That includes all the way over towards Benton County when the storm went through Rogers. And then also a heavy area is going to be Marion County, where you have about 5,000 power outages, and you have Baxter County, about 5,000 power outages there as well. Plenty of damage to go around. Power poles, power being out, tree limbs, maybe sheds and outdoor buildings. And then, of course, where the tornado came through, damage could be a bit more intense than that. So this storm is certainly packed a punch.
I'm really hoping, at one point you guys, because our off-air radar data can give you an indicator of how strong potential tornado was. And I believe it was the tornado that was located, what looks to be a tornado that was located down in North Central Arkansas. I think it was the one, but at one point it was hinting that the tornado was maybe of EF3 magnitude. I can tell you that some of these debris signatures that we've seen have been couplets. So it could be that, there are some communities that may have been pretty hard hit with these storms overnight, this night, now this Sunday. It's just time's going to tell. I'm sure the reports are going to be coming in through the emergency management offices, into the weather service offices, and we'll get that information out, and we'll certainly follow up. But I hope that it has not been as it looks like it may have been, given the number of tornadoes that we've seen and just the signatures that we've seen on radar. Thankfully, so far, we've not gotten any reports of significant damage, and hopefully that trend continues. Hopefully, the country. Right now, we've still got a few different tornado warned areas. We've got one here near Viola. The circulation with this line of thunder, there could be at least a weak tornado moving through the Viola area right now. At the very least, we're getting some very, very strong winds. You can still see that signature pressing south and east across Fulton County, getting into Bexar right now. We're probably still getting some very strong winds even further west, back toward Henderson still. Because oftentimes when these storms roll through, it's not just the leading edge where you're getting strong winds. You can keep getting strong winds for a time. So we've got that circulation. We're still seeing the circulation. You can see that pretty nicely there to the southwest of Mammoth Spring. This is the one that's tracking northeast. Looks like it's going to combine, and I think it's going to stay south of Mammoth Spring, but it's not going to be too far to the south of Mammoth Spring. And then the other circulation that we've been watching, it doesn't really show up as well now as it acts. So the danger is still there, and that is for the storm that's moving across Shannon County. As far as where that circulation appears to be, you can see as I kind of zoom in on Highway 19. Looks like that circulation here to the north of Winona, and it looks like it's going to pass pretty close to Munsell, maybe just to the south of Munsell, but it should stay north of Winona and south of M.
Our very own Maddie Conklin and her husband are camping in Shannon County right now, so they've been texting with updates. They say it's kind of miserable for them out there. A lot of wind, heavy rain. They're in a tent, unfortunately, but they are okay. But I just want to point out there's also another tornado possible tag south of Houston, getting out of Texas County. That's also headed into Shannon County.
And a new tornado warning just got issued for southeastern Oregon County. This is for areas from Thayer and south of Alton. So it does stay south of Alton, but you know, that one storm that we've been tracking all night long, still producing tornado warnings. Looks like that tornado threat passing maybe just to the south of Thayer, but
And we do have a camera pulled up over in the Spring River area. The previous camera that we were looking at, the storm went right over. It kind of took it out of commission. Camera on the web should be for kind of the Spring River, if we can switch that. If not, I can get it pulled up in just a minute.
while they're doing that, let's go ahead and kind of focus in on the tornado warned storm. We got a new warning again out for areas further northeast, Thayer, Jeff, Myrtle. But here into the west of Highway 6, it's between 63 and 289 south of Mammoth Spring, roughly about here. That is where it looks like we still have at least a possible tornado, but still seeing a significant circulation. Now we're hitting that storm about 1.5 miles off the surface, so we're not seeing what's going on closer to the ground, but at least higher up in the atmosphere, we are seeing that updraft is rotating quickly and develop as a result. That circulation will go over to our winds, but that circulation is again kind of centered there to the south of Mammoth Spring. This looks to be one scan old, located roughly right in here to the south of Mammoth Spring, west of Highway 63. I'm going to zoom in and see if we can get a few roads to pop up. And there you have it, English Creek Road, Trail, Bayou Access Road. These are all roads that are in the vicinity of where a possible tornado is occurring. Areas downstream from there, over toward highway circulation is going to continue to track, and I'll do it this way again. Looks like it's going to continue to track roughly in this fashion. Something that's what we're looking at. Looks like, you know, on that kind of trajectory, I think it stays south of Mammoth Spring, but it's probably going to get close to Jeff, and it's going to get close to Myrtle. It may clip areas of Sharp County there in that northern tip there, and that is tornado warned. That northern tip, it looks like that circulation could clip that northern tip of it again between Mammoth Spring and King, west of Highway 63, and again just some roads in the vicinity. County Road 70. See if we can get anything else to show up. These are a couple of roads that are in the vicinity of that circulation that is tracking off to the northeast, and I'll kind of zoom back in roughly to where this circulation is located, right about in here. 70, as I mentioned, Dry Rock Lane. So roughly about in here. This is where that circulation is sitting overhead, and this is where that possible tornado was occurring, tracking northeast. Just got a new scan in there. Again, it's, you know, just got a new scan in there, but you can see we've still got a pretty significant circulation right there, tracking off to the northeast. So continue to take those tornado precautions here in northeastern Fulton County, northernmost Sharp County, getting into southern areas of Oregon County, south of Alton. You want to take precautions, get into your tornado shelter. If you don't have it at the lowest level of your home, preferably an interior room like a bathroom or closet. That circulation, again, located just to the west of Highway 63, continues to track northeast and moving out of eastern Fulton County, kind of roughly in this fashion, over toward, you know, areas like Jeff and Myrtle.
And Jamie, we have that RDOT camera now. It's in Mammoth Springs. Is where it is, looking south. Take a look. Okay, so there it is. This is Spring River area, but you can see some rain, some lightning, of course, and it's looking south. And so, again, this would be on the north side.
Yeah.
Certainly a better view than not. Kind of gives us an idea. And you can see a little windy out there, too, of course.
Yeah.
Thunder and lightning.
It's been a while since I've been in that area. I think the spring is on the west side of not quite as much lightning as what we were seeing back with that one RDOT camera at Norfolk Lake, but still quite a few flashes. It's heavy rain. I saw a truck drive through there, and you could just see it kicking up a lot of water. So clear, you could see the wind-driven nature of the rain. You can kind of see the rain curtains kind of moving down the length of the highway there. So we've got some wind-driven rain occurring in the Mammoth Spring area, in that location, looking south, and look at all that lightning. So far, not seeing the level of wind that we had with that line that was moving across Norfolk Lake, but you can see that there's some movement in the trees there. So we're getting some stronger wind gusts. It's passing not very far to the south of Mammoth Spring, but it does look like it will bypass the Mammoth Spring area. We just got a new warning in for areas further east. This does extend over to looks like it's south and west of Ripley County, but you can see we've got a new warning in effect for areas south of Oregon County across the northern tip of Sharp County and points east.
There are now over 100,000 power outages in Arkansas, and so if you're without power, just looking at the swath of this storm's left behind, if you're in the path of this storm, you may lose power. And so I want you to give a heads up to folks. We are streaming right now. You lose TV access, you can take your phone out, charge it up now if it needs to be charged, and then you can also stream us on Facebook for the time being if you happen to lose power.
You know, I was back to the west. I mean, we're still looking at this line of severe storms with strong straight line winds. And on the northern edge of that surge, we've still got this circulation showing up. This just to the west-northwest is located kind of right on top of, maybe on the north side of Salem. Some roads that it appears to be over right now, as we kind of zoom in, would be Old Sturkey Road, more to come in, North Street, Tower Street. That's all in the vicinity of where that circulation is. So I'm guessing that even if there's not a weak tornado right there, we're still getting very strong winds that may be topping 60 miles per hour. RDOT camera, there on Norfolk Lake, just judging the violent nature that the trees were moving back and forth, we were probably getting winds approaching 60 miles per hour and maybe even stronger. You can see that back to our radar view, but you can see that line of severe storms. Here it is from Sturkey down through Salem, stretching back to Wild Cherry. And I'm going to broaden that out just a little bit more. We'll loop it. Okay. Line of severe storms coming in. There you can see it coming in, surging off to the east-southeast. And where that line is surging, that in particular is where winds are going to be strong. And on the north side of that surge, and I'll stop this, on the north side of that surge, right there at Salem, you get a little eddy. Because the winds are punching in like this, and it generates a little eddy, and then you get an updraft right there. That's kind of indicative of there being an updraft over that area. You get that eddy underneath that, and that updraft can stretch that eddy out, and you get these quick, oftentimes weak, but you can get several quick. So that's a possibility. So far, we've not seen a debris signature. We've not had anybody report anything, but this is an area that already has been raked by severe weather. And here we got another line of severe storms moving through Salem there in Arkansas and Fulton County, and damaging winds, maybe topping 60 miles per hour. Kind of focused here along. Looks like the strongest winds are kind of focused. That's where we're probably getting wind speeds topping 60 miles per hour. And then on the north end of that, right there, here between Salem and Camp, we've got that circulation where we could have, at least brief tornado touchdowns. Now, it looks to be located right on top of Highway 9, roughly here, between Salem and Camp, Walking Stick Road, Republican Road, Oakwood Trail. These are all some where that circulation is, and that's going to continue to track toward Camp. probably will move in the general direction. I'm going to look at this and see if it's doing what I think it's doing. Looks like that circular east. So with that, it looks like it's going to make its way toward camp, and then from there, it looks like it would cross Highway 9 and make its way. It looks like that little circulation there near camp is going to cross camp and then continue east across northeastern Fulton County.
And Jamie, I went ahead and queried that wind speed data again, the velocity. Radar is in, again, we're 1,000 feet above the ground, far away from the radar measurement, but this would be kind of mid-levels, maybe 6,000, 7,000 feet up. Winds are showing on radar maybe 90 to close to 100 miles an hour, so bring that down to the surface, you could be dealing with 70, maybe faster than 70, maybe close to 80. That's moving in.
Yeah, it's kind of like roughly 80% of the wind speed. So yeah, I think that you're putting it right about ballpark where that's going to be. And of course, those winds are equivalent to EF0 tornadoes.
Yeah, that's a damaging.
Those straight line winds. And sometimes you can get these little brief tornado touchdowns where the winds are a little bit stronger in this scenario. And again, that circulation is now located between Salem. Looks like it's going to move very close to just south of camp. In fact, now it looks like in the last scan I've got to look at, it looks like that circulation is located either over camp or just to the south, heading off to the east. Storm in Shannon County. Looks like the tornado threat there is diminished. That warning has been lifted, but we've still got a couple different pockets here in northern Arkansas. One is this storm that's currently tracking there across northern Sharp County. You can see that circulation. I mean, that pops out. That's southeast of Mammoth Spring. Looks like that one's going to continue to track, continues there, and we still have the circulation back toward camp. Of course, as Tom mentioned, I mean, you can see these very strong winds pushing away from, they're just now getting into Glencoe. They're going to get into Horseshoe Bend. They're going to get into Oxford. This is where winds could top 60 miles per hour. This is the little eddy, the little circulation that we're watching, where that's going to continue to track east roughly toward, let's see if we can get anything else to pop up, north of Saddle, kind of heading in the direction of King, based on just the trajectory that it's taken right now. I do think Mammoth Spring. So Mammoth Springs already had, you guys have already had one circulation pass by just to your south. You may have another pass by to your south here shortly. Out of the two, this is probably still the more significant circulation in northern Sharp County. And, it's been a while since we've seen any evidence that there was a tornado, but that risk is there. Again, it looks like we're hitting the storm at about 9,500 feet. So it's off the surface, but we're still seeing significant rotation right there on the northern tip of Sharp County. And that's going to be making its way into looks like Randolph County. It may get into like northwestern Randolph County, may clip southeastern Oregon County, and then we may see it move over into southwestern Ripley County, south and west of Donovan. So that's to me still the most tornado warning out of the two that we've got in place currently, or at least tornado warned storms that we've got in our area, because there's still several tornado warnings, but they're all covering either the circulation near camp or the one. As far as the rest of the area, we'll take a look at radar. Things have, of course, we're approaching 6 o'clock in the morning, as you might expect. Oftentimes, these severe weather events, they kind of wane as you get to this. By this point, temperatures at the surface have cooled, so you've lost a lot of that instability. But because there was such a reservoir of instability in place ahead of these storms, they've managed to severe weather with this portion right there. We've got that storm and that line of storms producing severe weather. Further west, we've got a line of thunderstorms. These are not severe. The good news is it looks like these storms are in an area where the atmosphere has been really worked over. In fact, here's another reason why I think that there's not going to be a twist with these storms. Atmosphere's maybe that surface-based instability. The other reason is, you see that little line right there? Out ahead of the line of storms, we've got that little green line. That's outflow being generated by that line of thunderstorms. So these storms, and that means that any circulation that may be developing within a thunderstorm in this line, and not really expecting that, but anything that did try to develop within that line, there would be a stable layer of air near the surface. And any risk for a tornado, I think, with this activity that's dropping in from the southeast. So, folks, tonight, a lot of tornado warnings. I'm not really worried that this is going to produce tornadoes.
So, Jamie, look at rainfall. We've seen maybe 2 to 3 inches of rain already in that area you're talking about, up near Stockton, Nevada, maybe up to Bolivar. And they got more heavy rain on the way. So they got that flash flood warning in play up to the north, and I expect as the morning goes on. So morning drivers going out Sunday morning may have to find a reroute across a flooded road if you come across that.
Well, yeah, the low water crossings, the area rivers. That's another in the tornado risk that we've had with these storms. There's the flash flooding risk. There's the river flooding risk. I think tomorrow might be even when we get back to quiet weather, it might be a dangerous day to just get on the river, because, and if you're not good at canoeing or kayak, you're not experienced. I mean, that can be really dangerous. It can be dangerous for folks that are experienced. The heavy rainfall can also be an issue, and likely has been for folks that are trying to enjoy campgrounds and rivers and lakes in our area. Getting back to these storms, there has been a tightening up of the circulation here in northern Sharp County. To that, we're going to put up our velocity data. Hopefully, I'll have an updated image to show you. Looks like that circulation is south of Jeff. This doesn't look overly impressive, but I mean, what I've seen over on my other radar source, it looks like things have tightened up to the county line, and we're looking at northern Sharp County there, and then the next county over is Randolph. So it looks like the circulation is still on the Sharp side. It looks like it's getting set to move into northwestern Randolph County, and what's good about that is so far it looks like it stayed south of Oregon County. The tornado threat has stayed just south of Jeff, and just kind of based on the current trajectory, I'm still worried over toward Myrtle. That circulation is going to get pretty close to a little north of east. And I haven't tracked that out in a while. Guys, you guys remember how fast that circulation was moving?
Get that pulled up for you.
Here, I think I can pull it up on this 35. We'll track that out. Again, it looks like it's pretty much on the county line now, and it looks like it's moving roughly, I'd say, kind of like that. So that means that it may try to hug 10 minutes and beyond. So right now it's south of the state line, but maybe in about 10 minutes it could be pretty close to southeastern Oregon County, and it may be pretty close to Myrtle shortly after, roughly in this fashion, over towards southwestern Ripley County in the general direction of Donovan. Still watching. And this storm, by the way, had moved through Tulsa. This severe thunderstorm, this supercell thunderstorm, has been generating severe weather for hours and hours and hours now. And it continues to generate that risk for us. And I believe that it has produced a number of tornadoes in its history as it's made its way out of northeast Oklahoma and now across northern Arkansas. Looks like it may continue to do so as it's just clipping the south side of the state line as it moves into northwestern Randolph County. That circulation, though, again, like I said, I mean, it appears like it's perked up. It looks at the top of the county line, right about in here. And I'm going to go ahead and just get right down in there so we can take a look and see if any roads will pop up for us. It's some roads to show up, but it looks like it's located here roughly right about in, I would say right about here. Looks like it's located right about there, moving out of Sharp County, Randolph County. Looks like it is staying south of Jeff, but it still could pose a threat to areas a little further north. Maybe areas up towards, say, Myrtle, as it continues to track east at to Myrtle would be over the next 10 minutes or so. So if you live south of 142 here in Oregon County, especially between Jeff and Myrtle, continue to stay in your tornado safe space as this severe thunderstorm with a possible tornado. Something we've not really talked much about is hail, and that thing is still producing. That is a hail core right there, and you can see it located just to the west of maybe half-dollar size. We've also got a pretty good hail core with that line back from west of Mammoth Spring near Camp, south through Glencoe, down toward Ash Flat. Looks like dime to maybe half-dollar within that little hail core. Not little, that's a good sized hail core. Outside of that, not seeing too much. What I can do here, and this may be kind of interesting, is I'm going to track this. This is the last. That's that supercell right there. Look at it, still producing hail. There it is, making its way south of the state line. I mean, this is hours. This is 6 hours worth of data that I'm showing. And along, that storm that hit the Monette, Aurora area a couple of weeks ago, produced a tornado, but it produced a lot of hail. That was a long-lived supercell. This one's just like it, except I think this one's produced quite a few tornadoes. And in addition to that, it's likely produced along its entire path, right there across northern Arkansas, making its way now across Sharp County into Randolph County. A lot of places, I think, in that path picking up maybe quarter to ping pong ball size hail. And right now, here across areas between Jeff and Myrtle and south down into Sharp County. So looks like we're kind of trimming away some of these tornado warnings. Still have a tornado warning for us. Tornado threat has ended in Thayer with that particular storm. So they've trimmed the tornado warning out so that it's just for southeasternmost Oregon County. Still watching that circulation close. I mean, it's been on the south side, but you can really see there. I mean, it's tightened up again. There it is, south and west of Myrtle. Not getting any indications of a debris signature, but we're hitting this storm pretty high up. We're now hitting the storm at over 10,000 feet. So about 2 miles off the surface. And then further west, you can still see, I mean, look at all this wind coming across. I mean, that's a wall of wind right there, just pushing across northern Arkansas. And we're probably, I think, across this whole area, I think we're looking at wind speeds of maybe 50 to as much as 70 miles per hour to the east. Now, on the northern edge of it, we've had that little circulation right there, and it's now located south of Thayer. It does look a lot weaker. It does not have the same signature that it did a little while back, but like it's just to the southeast of Mammoth Spring on US 63, just west of US 63 in that area. So, but I can say if looking at this, and we'll go back to that, further west here across Fulton County, it's done. It's over. The tornado threat, though, does continue for areas further east. I'd say northeasternmost Fulton County, eastern Oregon County, and in northern Randolph. So this corridor right in here, we still have some tornado potential, particularly with that storm right there. This circulation is weakened. That storm right there. We've seen that circulation tighten back up, and then a prolific tornado producer, I think, over the course of its history, along with lots of hail. And that circulation, again, really tightening up once again here very close to Myrtle. So I'll just scope it just so that I'm going to wait and see if we can get a new scan. But the latest scan, I mean, it has really tightened up right about in here, just to the south of the state line. So we'll clear out that information.
Jamie, I just checked on Facebook here, and we're getting a whole area in Bentonville of tornado damage. Certainly looks like it. Buildings kind of torn up, damage to the high school there in Bentonville, as well as the football stadium over there. So I mean, that's just part of the damage we've seen from that storm, and it's still going strong with tornado warnings. Not as obvious or as clear as what we saw earlier on, but yeah, we're just checking around social media, starting to see some pictures come up and some other reports come on in. some other reports come on in from what this storm has done in the past?
You know, you get to this time of the year and sometimes you dread the month of May. You know summer's coming, but you got to get through May 1st, and May is just usually a bad time for severe weather here in this part of the country, and we're ending the month of May, you know, with a looks like a big severe weather event. Still looking at the risk for a tornado with this particular storm near Myrtle. Again, the circulation located right about on top of the state line. I mean, if I zoom in, you can see we got some roads popping in there for you. Looks like, you know, that circulation is pretty close to county of Myrtle. This is roughly where I'm seeing that circulation. That data right there, that's an old scan. I've got a new scan that I can see, and what appears to be right on top of Myrtle. You know, if I had to just kind of roughly talk about some roads there, County Road 273, State Highway BB, State Highway V, around that Myrtle area, County Road 260, that circulation, we just got an updated view right there. That's not bad, but it's not even as impressive as what I can see. But you can see that circulation located right here, and it's tightened up again. So it may be trying to produce again. Myrtle, east, risk for a tornado does continue. West of Myrtle, looks like the risk has subsided with this particular thunderstorm. But certainly east of Myrtle, risk for tornado areas from State Highway H east. Looks like that circulation is going to track across the southeast corner of Oregon County. Looks like it's going to stay, hopefully it stays south of calm, but looking at this, go ahead and track this out for you. Looks like it's tracking roughly in this fashion. I believe it was about 35 miles per hour. We'll put it at that speed. I just want to give, this is what we're looking at as far as timing. Roughly over the next 10 to 15 minutes, it's going to be making its way across southeastern Oregon County. As I said, I think it's going to stay south of calm, but that's this morning, or roughly 11 minutes from now. That circulation currently located right on top of Myrtle. So it's possible that there's a tornado occurring in that area right now. To track off to the east, said the circulation centered right on top of Myrtle, and not seeing, you know, any additional signs on radar that there's a tornado occurring. But you know, when you see these circulations tighten up the way this one had, the rotation in the thunderstorm, it's intensifying, and the likelihood that it could produce a tornado, especially when it's been a storm that's had a history of tornadoes, the likelihood that it could be trying to produce a tornado. Maybe another scenario where the storm is trying to produce a tornado, and it looks like that's right on top of Myrtle. Should stay, I think the circulation will track that. So for areas from, say, Myrtle along State Highway 142 over toward Calm, that's going to be the area roughly right in here I'm concerned about. That circulation is going to move through over the next 10 minutes. And then from there, it's going to get into Ripley County. In fact, it looks like southwestern Ripley County now under a tornado warning, and this does include the Donovan area. Outside of that, and Tom and Matt, I'll go ahead and ask you guys: have they lifted these tornado warnings further west yet?
It's hard to tell because they have expired one in Fulton County. I'm not sure which one for tornado warnings into that area. Really, the main area of concern that we're seeing is what is in Oregon County and moving off to the east of that.
Yeah, and right now, just looking at, you can see this is that little circulation that we were looking at. That doesn't really alarm me too much. But off to the south, there is a circulation there to the north of Williford. That's in Highway 175. So there may be a little circulation located right about in there, and that is kind of on the eastern edge of that tornado warning, and that circulates to Randolph County. Looks like it will stay to the north of Highway 412, but it'll track. Looks like out of out of Sharp County and into Randolph County. That circulation's kind of tightened up there to the west of Ravenden Springs. That's just on the other side of the county line in Randolph County. So there is a circulation, certainly getting some damaging straight line thunderstorm winds, and I'll broaden this out. So you can see right there Ravenden Springs, but straight line winds kind of cutting in to these areas, and I'm seeing a circulation right here. It looks like that's going to continue to track maybe through the Ravenden Springs area. So technically, see on radar, maybe a little circulation. Also still finding this circulation here in southeastern Oregon County as we kind of shift our view back to the north. And you can see again, which is a little old. I think that's a circulation located here to the north of northeast of Myrtle, and it looks like it's kind of tracking like this. So with that, we're probably going to see it get 142 and relatively close to calm. So if you live, especially here on the east end of 142, heading through calm across southeastern Oregon County, that looks to be the area that circulation is going to want to track. It's moving a little north of east at about, I would say, about 35 miles per hour. It does appear that the tornado threat has ended in Myrtle. It looks like that circulation is now located to the east-northeast of Myrtle, so good news there. Areas of that western triangle, western portion of the triangle across southern Oregon County, looks like the tornado threat has ended in those areas as well. Again, looking different radar source, further west outside of that little circulation down near Ravenden Springs. I'm not seeing anything that's jumping out at me. So we may with this round, and I say this round because there's going to be another risk of severe weather later today. We're going to have a period we're at 6 a.m. now, I think from about 8 a.m. through about 3 p.m. across the area. After that, I think that there's going to be some potential for severe weather. We're going to have a cold front pressing in from the northwest. We're going to have sunshine today. It's going to get real warm. We're going to have some wind energy and risk of maybe scattered severe storms later this afternoon into this evening. I think that the risk has very similar look to this past Friday. So I think we're looking at primarily hail. And I can't rule out the possibility of at least a brief tornado just because of the wind energy in the atmosphere and the instability that's going to develop ahead of that cold front. It looks like that risk area across areas north and east of Springfield. So east of Highway 65, probably mostly north of the state line. So places like Versailles, South Missouri, Eminence, Licking, maybe down the West Plains and Alton. These are going to be areas that are more favored for severe storms later this afternoon. And model guidance looks like for this morning into this afternoon. Wait for this to shift over. This is right now. I'm going to clear that tablet off so you can see. It's doing a pretty good job, maybe a little slow. And as we take you to the morning, I'm near Highway 54, pressing southeast. I really think that the severe weather risk with this is relatively limited as it's pushing through our area, and because it's getting through. Now that pushes out by about lunchtime, and then once we get past noon today, we start seeing, there you go, there's some more development. That's 5 o'clock this afternoon, as far as it'll go on that run. But you can see we've got these scattered, strong to severe thunderstorms. This is the cold front right here. Again, this is 6 o'clock this evening. I don't think that this round is going to go deep into the night. Should wrap up maybe by about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. But there's going to be a window there where we could find some additional severe weather too. But I don't think that the risk is going to be as great as what we just have almost gotten through this morning. We've still got a little bit of severe left here in north central Oregon. As far as what we can see on radar, we've still got this circulation located pretty close to It's northeast of Myrtle, pretty close to Calm. And here, I'll swap over to our velocity data just so you can see it. It's pretty close to Highway 142. Looks like it's pretty much right on top of Highway 142. So this is the circulation we're watching, and it looks like it's now located right about in there. Calm, and then continue to track east-northeast toward the Gatewood area in Ripley County. So it's not going to be in Oregon County for too much longer, and then it moves over into Ripley County. And it will pose here along Highway 142, Gatewood, areas east and northeast of there. Further south, again, still looking at really not seeing too much. Now we did kind of hint at outside of the tornado potential, there's also still some hail cores. One here east of Myrtle. We've got another big hail core here to the south of Williford. Both of them probably producing hail of quarter to $half size. But that's it.
And Jamie, on top of that, the airport had a wind gust at 5:53 this morning of 86 miles per hour.
That's what we were talking about. I mean, you were highlighting wind speeds of 95 miles per hour.
Yeah, radar was picking up on that.
So I mean, you're seeing some of that wind energy make it all the way down to the surface, and I think that there's a swath across northern Arkansas. I mean, you guys have endured 2 rounds of significant severe weather. The first round was with that supercell that was dropping hail, was dropping heavy rain. And we had that second wave that came out of southwest Missouri and then kind of focused across the Taney County area and then dropped into north central Arkansas. It's pushing into northeast Arkansas now. And here in Sharp County, 86 mile per hour gust. So we probably saw, maybe not to 80 miles per hour, but we probably saw wind speeds that were approaching that along the path of that line of severe storms. That line of severe storms is across Izard County and Sharp County right now, and is just about out of our hair. It's possible, too, that that 86 mile per hour gust, depending on where that airport is, and I'm not sure.
Fast, and I'll get back to you.
I mean, it could have been located pretty close to that circulation. I mean, I can still see a circulation here to the east of Ravenden Springs. That circulation is just south of that warning. It's possible that that the airport sampled some of that wind energy, but that circulation is located right about in there.
So that airport is located north of Ash and just to the west of the Highlandville area.
So north of Ash Flat. Yeah.
It would be right about where
yeah.
the county kind of tucks in that corner where 412 runs in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
north, kind of right where the corner of that county farther north kind of creeps across.
okay.
Yeah,
Let's take this back. I don't know.
That'd be close.
I mean, that could have been that could have been maybe a brief tornado. I mean, I see a little circulation there, tracking east. So, of course, that was embedded within that line of straight line winds. So, it's just that we may have had a focused area of wind because of a brief tornado nearby. Looking at our velocity data right now, looks like that circulation that was in southeastern Oregon, Ripley County. So it's located to the south of Gatewood in Ripley County. Still looking at a circulation here in Randolph County near Ravenden Springs, east of Ravenden Springs. I think we're done with that tornado risk. Looks like they just issued a new tornado warning, and that's not for our area, but it appears that is for. That's for that circulation that we were looking at there near Ravenden Springs.
Yeah, Lawrence and Randolph counties.
Yep. So that's outside of our area, but again, that was that circulation that we've been watching closely. It looks like it ended in our area. All the tornado warnings have been lifted. There's a sliver still in eastern Fulton County, but I can tell you the tornado risk is over there. looking at this, again, you can see the severe weather. This severe weather moving into southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas. This is where the tornado potential is right there. That's moved out of our area. Still getting some heavy rain here in our eastern counties, east of Highway 63. It's nothing severe, but a line of strong thunderstorms dropping southeast, approaching I-44. You can see that right there. You can see the outflow being generated approaching I-44. So getting some gustier wind from the north. I don't expect this activity to become severe, but it still could produce some heavy rainfall, lightning, maybe some gusty winds, and this activity should continue to drop roughly east-southeast over the course of this morning. Outside of that, let's take a look at the rainfall, because we've seen with some of this thunderstorm activity, and I'll get rid of some of this data that doesn't need to be up there. Let's see if I can get right there. You can see these corridors, and some of this is hail contamination, but look at this, across Stockton Lake, that's probably picked up 1 to 3 inches, maybe locally more than 3 inches. 1 to 3 inch rainfall totals here, locally maybe more than 3 inches. Not very much here in Springfield. Areas east, though, have seen pockets of maybe 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. So we've seen a lot of heavy rain, at least in places. We've seen quite a bit of hail, and here's a look at the reports that we've gotten so far. And you can see the hail reports coming across southwest Missouri. I bet there was hail all the way through here, although not reported. You can see the scattered reports of tornadoes. These are based off of what radar saw. So we'll have to see what kind of damage was actually generated in these areas where radar was able to sense debris being generated by the tornado. This is that supercell that was tracking across northern Arkansas, generated path along with large hail. So it's been a long, rough night, particularly I think for southernmost Missouri, south of Highway 60 into northern Arkansas. Out west also had wind, hail, tornadoes down across northern Texas. So it was a busy Saturday afternoon, became a busy Saturday night and Sunday morning. But at risk for severe weather in our area has subsided for the time being. But I do think that we could see another round later on this afternoon into this evening. So as far as being weather aware, we're still going to need to be weather aware, especially later this afternoon into this evening with maybe some more severe weather. Outside of that, Tom, you have anything else to add before we get back to programming?
Not that I can tell. I think you said it right. You're thinking, oh my gosh, the weekend's finally here. Let's get going. Have your phone handy. You might catch a break for a little bit for some. But yeah, remain weather aware through the daytime today.
Okay. And with that, Holly's been working the digital side of things for us. I'll say big thanks to them. And thanks for staying with us through the coverage overnight last night. I hope that the damage is minimal out of the storms that